Ladies and gentlemen, today's show was originally and will still be partially devoted to Warren H., my friend, and someone who I have grown to love over the last 10 years. However, I did promise you that Warren was going to be on YouTube this morning, but that didn't happen. I'm going to have to take these off to navigate through. It just didn't happen. I haven't heard any update from Warren, either in Skype or on an email, which is a little bit disheartening. And all I can say is happy birthday, Warren. Daisy was going to also sing Warren a birthday song, and apparently her Skype is not working either because of where she is in Davao in the Philippines on the island of Mindanao. They don't have very good service. So I'm going to change the venue of today's program to my 6-year anniversary is today. Actually, I arrived yesterday. And yesterday was the first day I flew into the Philippines. And I'm going to try to go over some of the things what it's like living in the Philippines, but we will. I'm going to having a tough time here. I just opened up the window to see the chat, and I really expected to see Warren today, but it's not going to happen. All right, so happy birthday, Warren. Everybody loves you, and we all wish you get better, so you could come back and play on YouTube, which is another topic that I'm going to discuss in depth today. YouTube in the Philippines, baby. So let me tell you what it was like flying into the Philippines 6 years ago. Yesterday was the date I flew in on January 11th of 2014. It was typical, what is known as culture shock. Don't make any mistake about it. This place is different in so many ways. The culture of the Asian countries is not like anything that we understand in America. Cab drivers are the same, which was my first horrific experience getting off the plane with jet lag. Oh, no, let me dial that back. They lost my luggage. My luggage on Philippines Airline went to, I think it was France, and it took about 4 hours in the airport to find out that my luggage was lost. And I had to pay somebody 250 pesos to be an interpreter between myself and the customs, the people in charge of baggage. So, which was a ridiculous amount of money for the man just talking to me for a few minutes here and there, and then going back to the customs agent because I was exhausted. I had been up. It was a 42-hour flight, because in Toronto, that when we landed in well, we landed in someplace in Canada. And I got to tell you, the ice was on the runway. The plane took off in a set of grooves in the ice. And that's apparently where my baggage went. So that was where my first major problem of dealing with people in the Philippines started. So they lost my baggage, and it took 4 hours, and I paid this gentleman, young man, 250 pesos. And then he wanted another 250 pesos, which I did not give him because he was telling me about overtime. So this is one thing that you should understand, is that the Philippines people, when you first come to the Philippines, you are what is known as a hilaw cano. A hilaw cano means ripe for the picking. So you should definitely be aware that you should definitely be aware that if someone is going to take advantage of you, it's the first few weeks you're in the Philippines. So after 4 hours, this gentleman and I, we determined with the customs or the baggage agency that the bags were lost, and they gave me a telephone number to call, but I didn't even have a phone. Aside from that, I had talked to a girl named Mila for about, it was well over a year, once or twice a week on a dating site. I forgot whatever the name of the dating site was, one of those major dating sites. And she was supposed to be at the airport. And we talked about this for a year. But the last month before I got here, she said she'd like to have some money, so I had a dress and a pair of shoes. So I sent her $50, which was more than enough. And then I sent her another $50 the week before I left. And she promised me she would be at the airport. And this is promises from people over the internet are something that you should not take too seriously. But be that as it may, when I got to the airport, when I left from Kennedy Airport, I sent her a message saying I was going to be in the Philippines and what day it was. So there was like 20 hours, 19 hours of delays because of the ice. We spent 6 hours in Canada. We spent 6 hours or 7 hours in Kennedy Airport, and then we were circling. It was a disaster. So I had been up for 42 hours, and Mila did not show up. The bottom line with Mila is that she took the money I sent her for shoes and clothes, and actually food for her family. The first one and the second one added up to $100, and she just didn't show up. But more interesting, she didn't notify me that she wasn't going to be there, and she didn't send me a text on either the dating site or an email, and she didn't do anything, and she didn't think she did anything wrong. I don't know why she didn't think she didn't do anything wrong, but the people of the Philippines, or maybe Asian cultures altogether, they don't think there's anything wrong with not showing up or being late. They just think that it's a way of life here. So this is another factoid that you should understand, that the time when we grow up, when we make appointments in America, time is different in America than it is, or time agreements are different in America than it is in the Asian cultures. Hold on a second. We have the great Scott Del Fuego in the house, baby. Scott Del Fuego says, Scott, I don't know if you caught the first part of this, but I can't get in touch with Warren. I don't know where he is. Hold on. Scott says, consider yourselves fortunate on this in Chicago cold and snowy night that Mr. Fazio will generously take his time to provide education and entertainment and laughter and counsel on some of life's questions, especially in the Philippines. Thank you, Scott. John Escape, welcome to the machine, Scott Del Fuego. Welcome to the machine, Scott. John Escape. So John is wishing Warren a happy birthday. Thank you, John. So that Michael McFarland, welcome to the machine. Michael McFarland, thank you for stopping by and assisting me with the wrench. And also, Mr. Willis, thank you for stopping by. We have 3 Patreon members in a row making comments. Thank you all for stopping by. Scott Del Fuego, I have gotten 1 million responses on a couple of the sites. Many bar girls, gold diggers, and scammers, and nasty-looking trolls. One was in love already, just wanted a few pesos to talk. that was a common denominator. For the people that are thinking about coming to the Philippines and meeting girls over the internet, you should, I don't know how you can vet them. There's really no way. Originally, there was the concept that you could somehow hire a lawyer to review their background. that I gotta tell you, that's just not going to cut the cake here in the Philippines, because nobody's going to go through the trouble of doing that. Maybe there's a site now, but back then there was no way to look into somebody's background. First of all, the lawyer could never find the family in 99% of the cases of the girls, because there's no, this is another factoid of the Philippines. To my knowledge, in the provinces, there's no addresses on the doors of the front of the house. And people just get off the jeepney or off a motorcycle and walk into a forest. So digressing back to Mila, she did not think she did anything wrong. Eventually, a month later, I did find out where she was. She took that money and she went to her cousin's wedding in Dumaguete. Now, Mila lived in Cebu, and I was flying into Cebu to meet her, but she didn't show up at the airport, no text, and no response to my emails. My baggage was lost, and I had been up for 42 hours, and I was exhausted. So now I have to get a cab ride. So I knew what the peso to the dollar value was. At the time, it was like 33 pesos to the dollar. And the cab driver told me 1,000 pesos to go to a hotel named the Costa Bella Hotel. So I have a video up called the Costa Bella, Costa an Arm and a Leg Hotel. And that was the best hotel that I had researched in that area online before I left America. The scams don't stop at the Costa Bella Hotel, or it didn't for me. So now Mila didn't show up. She didn't think there was anything wrong with not showing up. The gentleman that helped me interpret wanted the equivalent of $15 to help me, assist me to find my luggage. But I did find out over the next week that was his job. So, and even though he wasn't allowed to request money from me, he told me for 250 pesos he would assist me. If you were to go and complain to anyone about this, like say you went to his manager, this is what it's really like living in the Philippines. if I had gone to his manager, which I did a few days later, his manager would say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Maybe even call the gentleman over, but nothing would get done because this is standard operating procedure in the Philippines. If they can earn a few pesos from you, and it's only a small amount of money, but $15 to find my luggage from the people that are supposed to find my luggage as a courtesy payment, I thought was a little egregious. But be that as it may, I needed to get a hotel because my secondary plan, if Mila didn't show up, was to go to the hall. But I couldn't do that because the luggage was only going to come into Cebu. So, and I would have to be there to pick it up. So I figured 1 or 2 days, but it ended up being 6 days. So, but each day they said, your luggage will be here tomorrow morning. Just get used to this. Get used to the expression, wait a while, wait a while. You could literally, you could wait a long time. So the next day I went back and it wasn't there, and repeatedly for five more days. And each day they swore that the luggage was in the room that the lost luggage was in. And each day we went from, after we got the gentleman at the luggage center to go to the room with me, we went to the room and searched for my luggage, and each day it wasn't there. And then he would say, come back tomorrow, sir. And he'd get on the phone and he would talk to people, and I don't know what he was talking about. But when you get promised something in the Philippines, they genuinely mean that what they say. But if it doesn't happen, it's only come back tomorrow. Please come again. I'll tell you a story about my cell phone in a minute. 7 trips to the cell phone place, and it's still not ready. But this is what you can expect. So each day I went back, and digressing back to where I stayed at the Costa Bella. Beautiful resort. Online, it's a beautiful resort. Online, it's an amazing place. At the Costa Bella, it's a completely different story. The place was disheveled. It was set in on the island of Lapu-Lapu, and it was $100 a night, and then there was some sort of fee, so it was $105 a night. And it was supposed to have pool, it was supposed to have beaches, supposed to have kayak rentals, it was supposed to have jet ski rentals, but there was a storm. So I was totally exhausted. So the cab driver wanted 1,000 pesos to go for a 10-minute ride. So cabs in the Philippines are something that you people pretty much across the board, when you get here, if a cab driver says the fare is 1,000 pesos, it should be probably 500 or 600. In my case, it should have been 180 pesos from the airport to the hotel because there was no traffic. So he wanted 10 times the amount of the fare to get from the airport to the Costa Bella. And I asked him about that, and he said, yes, sir, it's an excellent hotel. So if a Filipino recommends a place to you, that doesn't mean that that place is what he promises it to be, because he just wants you to be happy. So be aware that they will tell you what you want to hear. And I wanted to hear that the hotel was a nice place, but when I got there, it was barricaded with a 12-foot wall, which is in my video, with broken glass bottles on top of it. It was a compound. Be that as it may, I spent an hour and a half waiting for a room to be ready. And it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I asked to see the room first, but they said, not yet, sir, not yet, sir. So I paid in advance. And when I got to the room, it said it was a room with a view, an ocean view. But the wall stopped you from seeing anything in the trees, but there was no ocean view behind the wall anyway. But that's what they said at the desk. So before you rent a room in the Philippines, you should ask to see the room and then And I'm going to tell you, check out whether or not it even has water. The hotel did have hot and cold running water. And the room was relatively nice, but there was no view. And I had already paid, and I was exhausted. So I went upstairs and unpacked and came back down and said, I'd like to see the facility and see about the jet ski rental. And it was a pretty good storm. No jet ski rentals available, no kayak rentals available, and they wouldn't even let me walk to the beach. There was a guard where the beach was. So I went back to the desk and I said, sir, you charged me full price, but there's not going to be a pool. Couldn't go in the pool, and you couldn't go on the beach. Can you give me a discount? No, sir, no discounts. So I gave up. I went to sleep. That was yesterday, 6 years ago. When I woke up in the morning, I was amazed at the view from my window. I looked out my window and I was looking at a roof with broken bottles and debris on top of it. That was my room with a view. So don't pay attention to what you see on the internet. When you get to a hotel, go to the room and see if it is what it's supposed to be, and check the water, if it's hot and cold, if you're supposed to get hot and cold, and so on and so forth. So in the morning, I asked for a discount because there were no services to be rendered, and there are no discounts. So if you're moving to the Philippines, understand that once you give the money for about 99% of the things, and I have a cell phone story to tell you as well, you're not going to get a discount. You just don't expect to get your money back. So this just happened to me with my cell phone this week. So it's still occurring. It's an ongoing instinctual or genetic thing that the Filipinos will take your money, and if that service isn't rendered for the money given, typically you're not going to get any money back, but you will get, sorry, sir. They will always speak respectfully to you. Sorry, sir. The boss isn't here. Sorry, sir. There's no refunds. Sorry, sir. Come back next time and the services will be available. But that doesn't compensate for the services that weren't available for my 2 days there at a rate of $200, $100 each day. Just expect to check your room and expect to check everything, including if you have a cell phone repair. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So Mr. Wallace says, I heard it's Warren's birthday today from the live stream. Yes, it is Warren's birthday today, but that's just not going to happen. Mr. Wallace wishes, I've been calling Warren on Skype. I sent him several messages this morning. He's not available, Mr. Willis. Scott Del Fuego says, thank you for the birthday wish, Mr. Willis. Luckily for me, Scott Del Fuego says, luckily for me, my main requirement will be, if anyone interesting, they must check in with you and Daisy for verification of good intention. Now, that's a great point that Scott Del Fuego brought up. If you don't have a contact in the Philippines to talk to a person in their own language, it's really difficult to meet an honest and honorable woman. I could tell you that this week, I have a friend of mine who's a lawyer, and I was going to go to the island of Cebu. So this segues into what Scott is saying. I was going to go to Cebu and meet a lady on the 6th of, on the 8th of January. I was supposed to go there. And then what I was going to do was, and this is something I suggest you do as well, if you have friends in the Philippines, I was bringing the lady out to dinner with my friends, and one of my friends is a lawyer and another one is a businessman. And I was going to have those people interview the woman I was going to meet. And then had I wanted to continue a relationship with her, at least I would know a little bit more about her. So that Scott brings up a great point. If you can bring somebody that lives in the Philippines and speaks the language, or if you know somebody in the Philippines, you can exchange telephone numbers with the woman you're talking to online. And in this case, it would be Daisy May talking to Scott's future or potential date, because there's a lot of scams on the internet dating. I've done so many videos on that. I have one video, I don't know, it has several 100,000 views. And there are just so many scams with dating sites. And it's way, way, way worse now. It's way worse now, because typically the only people that could get on the internet dating sites were women in offices that had internet capacity or professional scammers. But now with the cell phone rates being so low and everybody having a cell phone, everybody's on the internet. Steve Montelli covers this pretty good. How things have changed in the dating industry. I mean, all of these girls are immediately, not all, but 98% of them are immediately, and this is something that you should expect on a dating site. Within 5 minutes, and sometimes less than that, but always under 10 minutes, you're going to get a request for a load, L-O-A-D, a load. And that request will be to cover the cost of their time at the internet cafe. And if you are a Hilau Cana, which means ripe, fresh, ready to pick fruit, ripe to pick, they'll ask you for 1,000 pesos when the internet in the province costs only like 5 pesos for 10 minutes, sometimes less, sometimes 4 pesos for 10 minutes. So they're actually asking you for 200 times what it costs them. Well, let's say you stay 10 minutes on the line with them. They're asking you for 250 times what it costs them. So it's very profitable for the girls to ask you for that much money. And $20 doesn't seem like a lot of money, but it is to them. It's well over 1,000 pesos would be 3 or 4 days' pay for the average Filipino working in a shop. So thanks for that comment, Scott. Thomas Grube, he has a story. Okay, Thomas Grube has a story. I have a story of a 19-year-old kid from a small town in Pennsylvania who walked into the Philippines and got really homesick. Happy birthday to Warren. Thank you, Thomas. Thanks for stopping by. Thomas Grube is another Patreon member. Thank you, and for the happy birthday, and thank you for being a Patreon member. Let's go to the next comment. I'm gonna go through the comments, and then I'm gonna offer my opinions about things like buying brand new shoes, Sundugo sneakers made in the Philippines, how long they last. They don't last long. Maybe having repairs done. This is another topic that I'm going to do, repairs in the Philippines versus buying new. The cost of medicine. I'm going to do the cost of medicine and a couple of other topics that should give us enough to work with. Mr. John Escape. Now, John Escape knows more about the Philippines than I do, for sure. He's spent not as much time as I have here, but he's married to a successful Filipino woman. And John and I talk. Well, we haven't talked this week. We're going to try to change that this week, John. This week, going back and forth to court and the NBI. I had several meetings and things like that had to be addressed. And I was in the city 4 times this week, 4 times. And each time is 3 hours of travel time. So I just didn't have time to call you. I apologize, John. Meeting online is tough, says John Escape, but possible. You just can't go nuts over the girl and let it play out. Okay, so I actually talked to about 3,000 people before I got to the Philippines. Most of the conversations were 1 or 2 minutes, because digressing back to what I was saying, the girls will typically ask you for money within two to 5 minutes, and under 10 minutes for sure. And if you don't give it to them, they will say, I have to go, and that's it, they're gone. So, and in theory, I mean, 5 pesos of a person making 30 pesos an hour, this is going back into 2014, that's 1/6 of an hour's wage. And if the average American makes 30 bucks an hour, that's $5. That's an expensive 10 minutes. You don't want to spend $5 to talk to somebody for 10 minutes. But what they typically do is they buy a load for a month, which gets them several dozen hours of internet, and not Skype, but several dozen hours of internet and 7 hours of online Skype and or Facebook. So there's a lot of women in it for the profit. So John loves the Philippines. I love the Philippines too. I've become quite used to the idea that you're not going to get what you promised. That's what I have become accustomed to. It's not happy, but that's the way it is here. And I'll give you that example when with this right now. Let me give you that example right now. This unit, talking about not getting what you pay for. This unit I bought in America with an entire Milwaukee set of battery-operated tools. And I went through this in a video I made this week on the street when I was talking to the men that were breaking concrete with the sledgehammer, with a 16-ounce hammer in one video and a sledgehammer in another. I walked into the store. This is what Philippines people do, and especially if they're selling you something. They don't care how much you spend. And that's okay, because they're salespeople. It's not their job. So I went into the store with this item, and the exact item in 220 volts. I burnt it out. I put it in the wrong outlet in a hurry to charge a battery, and I pushed it into the wrong receptacle on my converter. And it just went like that. Just a little spark came out of it. So I said, let me go buy another one of these in 220. So I walked into the store. I'll make this story short. I walked into the store. That I saw the unit. The man, I said, I want that unit. How much is that unit? And the man said, he walked over to the cabinet and looked at the price like this, because it was small. And he said, it's 3,000 pesos, sir. So it's $60. I said, okay, I'll take one of those. So he said, wait here, sir. Wait a while. So I wait in the hardware store of Build-A-Ware. This is Build-A-Ware, and that's located in Tagbilaran City. I wait. He comes back maybe 5-8 minutes later, says, I go up to the warehouse upstairs to find it. So he did, and he went upstairs to the warehouse, and he came back down. I think I waited 18 to 20 minutes. And I wasn't in so much of a hurry, but 20 minutes just standing in a tool room when you don't need anything. One time I ever been there that I didn't need anything except this. He comes back with the unit, and he hands it to me, and we walk over to the register. So I asked him how much this unit is, and he says it's 3,999 pesos. So they will. He didn't steal any money from me, and he didn't scam me. He didn't do that yet, but he tricked me to waiting 20 minutes, which wasn't his fault. He tricked me by telling me it was 3,000 pesos. So I said, how much is it? He said 3,999 pesos. So it went from $60 to $80. And I'm going, but you said it was 3,000 pesos. And he said, yes, sir. Just get used to hearing, yes, sir. Get used to that. And he says, yes, sir, 3,999 pesos. But I said, you didn't say that. Yes, sir. So I said, I choose to not, I do not wish to have this. And I wasn't upset, but he knew what the price was. So they will do this to you often at every turn, every trick in the book. You have to get it written down. If you have a repair to be done, make them write it down. What they're going to repair the item, period. It's going to be in working condition, period. Second item, page high. Oh my God. Okay, so page high is a doctor. We have to move on from that. We'll get back to that about writing down. Page high. Welcome to the machine, page high. Now, Dr. Page High. Page high, always use grab. No price fixing with that. And you can track your trip on the application. Okay, so Page High is a doctor, so we all know right away he's an intelligent man. And I don't know what this grab is, but I would imagine it's an app based on his comment that it's an app to get airline tickets. I think. If I'm wrong, I apologize. So always use grab. No price fixing with that, and you can track your trip on the app. Okay, so thank you for that piece of information. So grab is what a highly educated doctor in America says to use. And typically when people are highly educated, like Scott Del Fuego and Mr. Willis and John Escape and Jack Thompson and Dennis Adam and Warren H., typically when those people speak, like E.F. Hutton, you should listen. So grab is something that you guys should look up. Maybe somebody will post a link for grab in case Page High had to go away. Page, I can't get in touch with Warren, Page. But I'll send him he's going to be watching this video when he gets better. Thank you. Hello, Man Bear Pig. Another member of my Patreon community. It seems like that's about 7 now. Thank you for stopping by, Man Bear Pig. Mr. Will says, thank you for stopping by. This thing is jumping all over the place. Mr. Willis says, I agree with you, John Escape, I guess, about loving the Philippines. Life, John Escape, quoting that great movie starring Tom Hanks. Life is a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Thank you, John. That, when it comes to the dating site industrial complex in the Philippines, is very true. Because even after I met Mila, we were not compatible at all. She knew I did YouTube vlogs, and she wouldn't even let me take a picture. In fact, I don't have a picture of her, even though we met 3 times. I have a picture of her feet. That's it. Okay. John Escape is looking. Okay, there's a bunch of comments between. This is another thing I enjoy about my live streams, is that the people in the live streams have the ability to ask me for the other person's personal information, and I have the ability to give it to them after requesting permission. I could tell you that right now, almost everybody in the live stream, except Page High, is connected to somebody else personally, pretty much, through requesting the ability to talk to somebody. Man, Bear, Pig. Apparently, we end up in the same pathway before death amongst all pathway choices. So just enjoy the roller coaster or not. Okay, that's a philosophical. Man, Bear, Pig has he likes philosophical answers, but he knows there are no answers to the philosophical questions of life in general. So thanks for the comment, Man, Bear, Pig. DNC's Human Circus. Oh no, life is like a German porno. It's fun and games for a while, but before it's all over, you're getting spit on at some point. DNC, welcome to the machine. Oh my God. So DNC would know about crazy stuff because DNC has a channel on YouTube that has some of the best and some of the worst, and possibly videos on YouTube. So thank you for stopping by. Welcome to the machine, DNC. And John Man Bear Pig is replying to DNC. Getting spit on makes you appreciate not getting spit on. Okay, that's a good, what a philosophy that is. Oh my God. So thank you for that. The big, all right, Mike Etta. I often wonder how many children and grandchildren I have living in the Philippines. That's, yep. Okay, that's probably true. All right, so, all right, that has really nothing to do with, well, from Mike Etta's point of view, he believes he has a lot of grandchildren or children in the Philippines. I guess he's been coming here a while, but we know that Mike Etta here is here to, let's see, we're going to go to his channel. I think he's here to disrupt my live stream, but we're going to go to his channel and find out how much content. I'm willing to bet no content, and that any minute now, Mike Etta is going to say something really stupid. And, yep. No content, no videos. If you keep it clean, Mike, you're allowed to stay. The first comment off color, you're already halfway there with the commentary about how many children you have. Just keep it clean. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're here. But you won't try not to get too graphic with your encounters, and we'll let that go. Wrong. Page high. It's Uber, but in the Philippines it's called Grab. Oh, for the cab rides. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that I was. I'll go back to the cab rides now. I'll go back to the cab rides right now. Typically, when you get into a cab, they're going to ask you for double whatever the cab ride should cost if you don't speak a little bit of the language, or if you're not with a Filipino or a Filipino. So Page High brings out a good point. So Grab is an Uber for the Philippines. I didn't know that. I don't use cabs much, and I will dictate the fees typically when I'm in Cebu or when I am in Bohol as well, because I know what the fares should be. So I'll offer them the fare rate, or they can put the meter down. Those are my options. And I always use a yellow cab in Cebu because it's probably 40% less money than the white cabs. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. But Page High is giving you another option to use Grab. Oh my God, we're going to have to get a pot. I just made a lot. Hold on a minute. Let's find out who this is. John Escape. Well, that was going to be the topic of, let me just get through this where I was, the comment section skipping around when you go down. I don't even know where I am. Okay, so it's going to take a moment. All right, I'm close. Okay, so we went through Mike Etta. Please be kind here, Mike Etta. We don't allow too much graphics. Thank you. We Page High. It's Uber, but in the Philippines it's called Grab. Thank you. The big fornicator in Cebu. I'm 6'6", 15, 16 might be tall, and 15, 16, 6 foot. Yeah, okay. I heard about a guy like that yesterday that was complaining that I booted him off the channel because he said hello. And you might be that person, because not too many people are that tall. And if you are that person, you should understand I did not boot you off the channel. If you are that person, or if that person is going to listen, I did not boot you off the channel. And you know full well I did not boot you off the channel because you said hello. I booted the person off the channel and left the comment on that live stream why I boot people off my channel. So I'll clear that up right now in case anybody thinks they're going to get a little bit, funny on here with names or channel names. It's not going to happen. So I booted that person off the channel because I said specifically I wanted proof that the person did construction work on another person's house. I didn't want pictures of that gentleman in a pool years later. And if you provide proof, then I'll apologize, But in the same time stamp or about, I said, now I'm going to explain to you because he's new. He says he's new. I have trouble believing that. He's new to live streams. And I said, do not mention any names or channel names on my channel. So I explained 2 pieces of information I wanted from him to allow him to prove that what he said was true. One piece of information in video format of the construction work, and one secondary, I demand that no one puts names or channel names on my channel. As soon as you do that, you're blocked instantly. Not going to happen. The other person isn't here to defend themselves, and I'm not going to allow third parties to talk about another party that can or cannot be proven. If I want to talk about something or someone, I'll bring up the subject and I'll be the one. Thank you. So immediately after I said, do not post anybody's name or channel name or personal information on my channel, 15 seconds later, he typed out a message with my name and another person's name in the message and about a topic that not to be discussed on my channel. And I booted him. So he knows darn well why he got booted off the channel. So if you are that 6'7" guy or whatever it is, Big Kevin is in the house. If you are that person, then that's why you got booted. I'll say it again, and I'll say it for the last time, and I'm not going to unboot you. I'm not going to unblock you. So if you came on in a different light of day here, you're not coming back. I don't like the fact that you're posting stuff that's not true about me, that I booted you for no good reason. I had good reason. You did exactly what I asked you not to do. And you went so far as to put the names and the problems that exist between the 2 parties, and you did it. Oh, I made a mistake. No, you didn't make a mistake, dude. You did that on purpose. So you're not coming back under that name for sure. And I won't even mention your name, but you know who you are. John says he's used Grab half a dozen times. A dozen times. Jeremy Burt, thank you. Welcome to the machine. Jeremy Burt has the half a symbol of the Philippines. That's a nice logo you have there, Jeremy. Thank you. Mike Etta. Now, that's an intelligent comment, Mike Etta. I have met some really stupid doctors, but yeah, it's like saying all politicians are smart. No, I could unequivocally tell you that I believe all politicians in America that I have met personally, all politicians I have met personally have all been, if I had to meet them personally, it was all in America, it was all having to do with something behind the scenes deal that was being made. And they were making it because they wanted work done in a way that they couldn't get a permit for or something like that. But now, as far as stupid doctors are concerned, you are trolling here, aren't you, Mike Eder? Yeah, the doctors in the Philippines and the doctors in America are probably on par with their abilities or lack of abilities. Prayers for Warren, said from Page High. Thanks for being such a support to him, Mike. Thank you, Page High. I don't know what to do. You know what I'm going to do, Paige? I'm going to call Warren right now again on Skype. And let's see if we can get Warren on Skype. In the meantime, let me tell you, so I did not buy the apparatus for 4,000 pesos. 3,000. Oh, and that's another thing. When they quote you 3,999 pesos, that's so they don't have to say 4,000 pesos. Now, that was 25, no, excuse me, from 60 to 80 would be a 33% increase in the cost of an item. That's ridiculous that the man did that. That's ridiculous that the man did that, knowing it was really 33% higher. Or maybe he didn't have the education to know what the numbers were, but it's not 60, it's 80, it's not 3,000, it's 4,000 pesos. So this little thing for 4,000 pesos, in America, I could buy this unit and the drill for 150 bucks. And the drill is worth $100. So it was a ridiculously high price for, no, Ron's not going to answer. It was a ridiculously high price, and they think nothing if you're smart enough to pay that extra 30%. I would pay the extra 30%, not with that business, not with that. I'll go someplace else and buy it for 4,000 pesos, because that's another thing that people should understand when they get to the Philippines. They have what is called the no competition. No competition. And what that means is if there are 1,000 businesses that sell apples and the mall raises their price of apples from 10 pesos to 13 pesos, everybody on the island of Bohol, 1,000 stores, will raise the price of apples from 10 pesos to 13 pesos, even though the cost of their overhead hasn't gone up. There's a no competition rule here. So an example of that, Big Kevin is in the house. Let's say hello to Big Kevin, because I was talking about Big Kevin. I have recently, in the last few days, enjoyed Big Kevin's channel immensely. And Big Kevin's sense of humor. And the person that you were talking to yesterday saying, don't be fooled, that, you don't be fooled about that third party and how you were giving little digs. I found that very comedic, Big Kevin. You are becoming quite the comedian on YouTube, because although you seemingly allowed the person to postulate his point of view, you rebutted it in a way and in a laughing manner that was pretty comedic. I commend you on that, your ability to discern that he was giving you a story. You knew it was a story. I knew it was a story. Everybody else was knowing it was a story. And I don't know if he even believes the story or why, but I will commend you on the comedy that you portrayed on the show with him and afterwards, because he was trying to give you some bull, Big Kevin. He was trying to take the bull by the horns, and you were having none of it. Thank you very much for the comedy. I did give you a big thumbs up on that. I came late to the live stream, otherwise I would have commented on that particular person, because what I said before about why I blocked that man is because I asked him not to post names or channels up on YouTube, and 15 seconds, 20 seconds later, in the comments, he posted my name and another party's name and the problem that we were having. And I said, didn't I just tell you not to do that? And I went straight to his channel and blocked him. And he's not going to get unblocked, because I don't like his point of view and I don't like his politics on YouTube. So thanks for not letting that guy take over your show completely, because that's what he does. He comes on in the comments, one after the other. Kevin sent him a link, and all of a sudden, the live stream was about him and his new friend, which is, he's entitled to be friends with anybody he wants. But that's not the way I think. And being that he directly went against my request, he will not get unblocked under that name ever. Not going to happen. So, certainly not as long as he maintains the point of view. This is something that you should understand this if you move into the Philippines and you're getting involved with bloggers. Bloggers can say anything they want on YouTube, but they can't prove everything they say. And that gentleman who brought up my name and another person's name, he wants everything to be lovey-dovey and everybody go to the hall and shake everybody's hand and it's way beyond that, dude. If you're listening to this live stream, it's been way beyond that for a long time. And if that person that you mentioned, and I won't mention that person, if that person mentioned that you mentioned did to you what he's done to Big Kevin, myself, Dave Phelps, Roberto the Brown American expat, Popeye, Pinoy Troll, if that person did to you and said to you and or your family what he said to those other people and myself and Miss Daisy May, you would change your mind. I think you would change your mind. I believe you would change your mind in a heartbeat. However, apparently those videos disappeared into cyberspace, didn't they? So you can't confer or concur with what I said. So you're going to have to find out for yourself, and you will. It won't be long. You will find out that your love of another blogger, if you were to be able to go through all of their content, you would probably change your mind. So Mr. Willis says hello to Big Kevin. So John escaped. Let's bang the pot and get this party started. I wasn't going to bang the pot. I was only going to bang the pot if Warren came. But being that I have a super chat request, who am I to deny? Who am I to deny the people of this world how to bang a pot and make a lot? So before I bang the pot and after, I'm going to tell you that banging the pot this year has earned me about 150. Let's see. If I broke it down to bang the pot and make a lot, and also to flush the toilet, I have a portable. I have a portable John here to take the water from one container and to put it to the other. Between these two items and the pot itself have earned me about 150,000 US pesos. I mean, Philippines pesos. So I will say to my members who are avid super chatters, this is not about collecting money for clothes and so that I could go to the court, because according to some bloggers, I'm destitute, I'm broke, I'm fat, I'm ugly, and I'm broke, and I smell funny. So when I go to the court, I have to buy. Not only did I have to buy new clothes to get into the court system, I had to buy shoes and a shirt. I didn't buy the shirt I wanted because I didn't have enough money to buy the shirt I wanted. And they have a ridiculous price on the shirts. So being that we're talking about money, let me tell you what it cost me to get into the court system this week. And if you include my time, we're talking well over, if you included my time at $50 an hour to do the work I've done, we're talking well over $1 million pesos. Well over $1 million pesos. What it cost me just so far. And I don't mind spending that money because it was money well spent. But I in addition to all my time and all the research and development I did, looking through videos and finding timestamps and all of that, and particular word phrases and all that good stuff, I would say $1 million pesos for my time and my efforts and the photocopies and printouts and trips back and forth to the city. I spent $1 million pesos probably. So, and like I said, it was money well spent. So I was going to do an e-begging for clothes, but I'm not going to do that. The original title was Happy Birthday, Warren, plus e-begging money for clothes to go into the Philippines court system. So I'm going to bang the pot. So I'll tell you that banging the pot has compensated some of the monies I spent to provide the information for the authorities that I have provided. And I know that doesn't sound realistic, but it is. If you consider my time at what I value my time at, then 1 million pesos would be reasonable. And it's not over yet. So I'm going to bang the pot for John. And I hope to make a lot soon. Because when I do the bang a pot, make a lot, and for my clothes, I expect that my clothes should be paid for. It's the least that you could do for me, considering the hours, hundreds and thousands of hours of entertainment that I have given you on YouTube, and the 1,000+ videos that you can rummage through and find a topic on almost any topic available that in your mind is on my channel, something I've done, someplace I've been, especially in the Philippines. I have over probably 1,500 Philippines videos up, maybe 2,000. So we're going to bang a pot for John. I'm going to, hold on 1 minute. I don't need to have, it's very hot in here. Very hot out today. So, okay, so for the people that are trying to make me look like I'm crazy because I bang a pot, I will tell you that banging a pot has earned me about 150,000 pesos to do something simple like this. And if other people are jealous that I came up with this gimmick, that's their problem, not mine. They need to come up with their own gimmick. That's what show business is all about. So first we're going to show you what the pot sounds like when it's not on my head. And there's another misconception. I have been accused of banging my head with a pot, which would look like this. If I smashed my head with a pot, it would look like I was banging my head with a pot. But that's not what I do. I bang the pot and make a lot. The misconception of me banging my head with a pot, you will never see that unless I'm giving you an example of what it looks like to bang your head with a pot. So I don't bang my head with a pot. You see, the person that accuses me of banging my head with a pot, and this is standard operating procedure, is his mind is very, he doesn't have the ability to rationalize reality. I have never banged my head with a pot. I bang the pot and I make a lot. So those words kind of rhyme with one another, but you have to understand the IQ of a person that can't see what I'm doing. I mean, you actually watch me bang the pot to make a lot, and then twists the story around that he banged the pot on his head. In my opinion, that person is mentally unstable or has such a low IQ that they don't know what reality is. That's my opinion. So this is what I do. I bang a pot, and typically when I was in my banging pot make a lot career, people would send me money. But in order to get more money, I would put the pot on my head and I'd bang the pot with the pot on my head, which again is different than banging your head with a pot. So to clear this up, I have never banged my head with a pot. I have banged the pot to make a lot, and I have put the pot on my head. So before I do that, Warren, we'll just wish Warren happy birthday, Warren. This pot banging session is for you, Warren H. Warren, I sent you a letter this morning. Everybody loves you, Warren. You're probably the most liked person on YouTube. and digressing back just a minute, the person with the low IQ and or misconception about banging a pot or banging your head with a pot is one of Warren H's most vicious attackers, with bar none. So just so that we can clear that up. So not only does Warren H have more friends on YouTube than any other vlogger, and more good friends and more people that support Warren H, but the same person who says that I bang my head with a pot and that I'm insane says the most egregious things about Warren H. So we have the most loved blogger on YouTube is constantly speaks down to Warren H and ridicules Warren H for being sick with cancer, constantly talks about Warren H being a fraud, constantly talks about Warren H doing sexual things to Michael Fazio, and that Warren H is somehow in love with Michael Fazio, or that Warren H looks at Michael Fazio as his daddy figure. That person, in my opinion, is psychologically unbalanced. And so my proof of that is that Warren H is the most loved YouTube vlogger in the entire Philippines genre. Nobody loves any other Philippines vlogger more than they love Warren H, because Warren H has never done any dastardly deed to anyone. And yet Warren has been ridiculed, accused of lying about his cancer. Warren has been accused of wanting to have sexual acts with Michael Fazio and or doing sexual acts with Michael Fazio. Warren has been accused of the most egregious things. And Warren H has been flat out, plain and simple, told things that I don't want to say on this live stream because it will ruin the live stream. But whatever you can conceptualize as the worst possible thing that you could say to somebody that's sick, in a hospital, dying of cancer, what is the worst thing that you could think of saying? And this third party that I'm talking about has said that and worse, and sometimes repeated the same comment not once but 15 times in just one video. So the worst possible thing that you could say to somebody who's absolutely in a hospital with a wristband on, in a hospital room, in an x-ray or chemotherapy room, what is the worst thing you could say to that person? Think about what it is, and then remember that the same person who says I bang a pot and I'm insane has said that to Warren H. So with that, let me get back to banging a pot. I just did make a lot more than some other YouTube channels will make this year in just one super chat from the concept of banging a pot. John Escape. John Escape loves when I bang a pot. So this is going back, now that I discussed that part of the story, I have made about 150,000 pesos banging the pot this year alone, or the year of 2019. And that person who says I bang my head with a pot is just a jealous man. There's nothing that will make me change or divert my point of view. Jealousy on YouTube runs rampant. But when we make money, Big Kevin and I make money on YouTube, the jealousy runs rampant. It moves inside and through the third person's mind, and it destroys his ability to focus on something that he could do to earn money. And I'm going to tell you what happens when I come out from underneath the pot with my new computer. Okay, so we're going to bang up. This is banging a pot. Less 101. Bang a pot. Bang a pot. We just made a lot. And this is when I put the pot on my head. Typically, people used to go crazy before their wives pulled their credit cards away from them. But Here we go. This is banging a pot 101. This is putting a pot on my head and banging a pot, which is completely different than banging my head with a pot. So John Escape requested I bang a pot, and as you well know, that the reflection inside the pot makes it look a little bit like a halo, like a saint above my head, like the Christmas hat. I have like a saint-like halo over my head. So this is putting a pot on my head and banging it. I have to do this because this video is being tape recorded and it will be given to the authorities, proving that I'm crazy, when in fact the authorities would love to borrow my pot. If they could make 150,000 pesos in about 2 hours, they would probably want to borrow my pot to make a lot. So here we go. This is banging a pot when the pot is on my head. Okay, so here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? How old are you now? He's 50 years old today. Warren H. is 50 years old today. Warren H. is 50 years old today. And if you people want to count your blessings, try to understand where Warren H. is. He's been in the ICU unit since December 21st or thereabouts, with no ability to use any electronics or his computer or play his, I think he can play his guitar, but not on an amplifier. He has 3 guitars in the hospital, and he has his computer, and he has his own room. His room is actually much bigger than my shack, which is another egregious amount of times this third party I talked about condemning Warren H., a man who has cancer. His room is probably 4 times the size of my shack. And I only mention that it's my shack because this third party that big tall guy in Cebu was defending probably made 1,000 comments about where I live and how dirty I live and how I live in a CR, and how Daisy May left me because she was tired of sleeping next to somebody that smelled funny. Yeah. So that guy in Cebu, you are defending a person that if you knew the entire story, I think you might change your point of view. Moving back to where Warren is. Warren is in an ICU unit with no electronics. So Warren got out. He's only been out of the ICU unit 3 times since December 21st. And he promised me he'd be here for his birthday. And he promised me that they promised him that they would allow him out of the ICU unit on his birthday to celebrate his 50th birthday with his friends on YouTube. But it didn't happen. So happy birthday, Warren. And thanks, John Escape. I'm going to go back to the comments now. So let me just give you a little more story about the person that has ridiculed myself and Warren H. First of all, I've been a successful contractor my whole life. and owned many houses, many pieces of equipment, many nice cars and or boats, and I won't get involved with that. But Warren H. is a decorated 19-year veteran of the Australian police force with no blemishes on his record. The biggest thing that he did that could be considered a blemish on his record is he turned down bribes when he was offered bribes, and would prefer to rather just arrest the person than take their money and let them go. That I know because I've spoken with Warren for years about this, because Warren and I have been friends for going on 10 years now. So, but just recently, he has come to the light of day on YouTube in the last 2 years, and he decided to make a channel, which this third party destroyed, like he's trying to destroy my channel. In fact, he has made many videos saying that he wants to remove Big Kevin's channel, and he swears that he's going to do so. Now, if you don't believe that, I have a video attesting to that fact, but I won't show you the video. I have a video saying that in this video, the first one next to the red dot is a commentary, a hate-filled speech commentary that can't say it's anything else, stating that no matter what else happens in life, this third party is going to destroy Big Kevin's channel. And he does so with threats and verbal threats to pull his channel down. No matter what happens, that's his objective. And that Kevin can rest assured that it's going to happen. And he has said the same thing about several other channels. So Warren H., a highly decorated police officer, had a channel up, and this person, because of YouTube's rules and the fact that some of the rules were broken, went through the trouble of long-forming Warren H.'s channel and removing Warren H.'s content. And he was happy that he did so. His mental outlook on life is that if he can change YouTube for the better, as he says, he's going to clean up the YouTube community. That's his objective. And by taking down everybody's content that he doesn't agree with. Anybody and everybody's content that he doesn't agree with, Big Kevin, or people like myself and Big Kevin, who are the biggest earners in the super chat in our genre. It's a small group of people. So his objective is to pull my channel down and Big Kevin's channel down by long forming and writing, constantly complaining. So we have this fourth party from Big Kevin, myself, and this third party defending a person all over the internet to just let bygones be bygones. Dude, you should know what the backstory is, and I think you would change your opinion. So we're going to say thank you to John Escape, and we'll sing for John Escape. We will sing the thank you song, and Daisy May is much a part of this thank you song because I sent Daisy May 4,000 pesos this week. One small portion of the pesos is for something that Daisy sent me, and the other 3,500 pesos was what Daisy and I earned over the last few weeks. But actually it was because I consider that Daisy is in about, I would say roughly 400 to 500 videos and live streams. So those videos and live streams earn money on YouTube. And I kind of have an idea of what they make. You know, I'll go to some of the more successful ones. Like this month on YouTube, my earnings are way down on YouTube earnings. my earnings are just under $150, but half of that money is due to Daisy Mae's videos. So she gets half the money. I sent her a little bit more than half because she did me a favor. She's gonna do me a favor. She's gonna bring that belt back and have a new belt made. So that's where the money goes that's why I give Daisy Mae money. Although there's another party saying I'm extorting Daisy Mae or bribing Daisy Mae or trying to get Daisy Mae to say that I'm bribing her, which is not the truth. Daisy will never say that because it's not like that. I send Daisy Mae money because she earned it. And her residuals, like a TV or a movie, she gets residuals from the income that she makes on YouTube. And she also gets a portion of the super chat because Daisy Mae is still much a part of my life as a friend. And I want to give Daisy Mae money. I will never, if it's in my ability, ever let Daisy Mae be hungry or without medicine. Okay? And until somebody else takes up all that slack, and I'm sure about that, or even if I'm not sure about that, I'm going to continue to help Daisy Mae. I have never not been in communication with Daisy Mae, although there are stories that Daisy Mae left me and she did this and she did that. None of that stuff is true, which is another thing for that giant in Cebu who thinks he's so mentally proficient at reality that he understands this third party that we're talking about. I could give you the video information, but I'm not allowed to do that. So I can't do that. But I can tell you that you can ask around for other people's opinions, and you could find out other people's opinions. I think that you'll find that a lot of people concur on certain topics. So we bang the pot and we'll sing the thank you song. So we take the glasses off. Thank you very much, John Escape. Salamat from Michael Fazio and Daisy Mae. That's right, baby. Thank you. So John Escape is not only a member of my Patreon community at a very high level, not the highest, but at a very high level. He sends me super chat because they like my shows. Mr. Wallace is a very high level member of my super chat, of my Patreon community as well. Now, Scott Del Fuego is also a member of my Patreon community, and Scott just bumped it up a notch to what's an amazing amount of money that Scott pledged to my channel every month for 2.5 years now, or almost 2.5 years. So, but Scott just bumped it up a notch, and there really isn't much room for Scott to go after where he is now. And thank you, Scott. And now we have Man Bear Pig, who's also a member of my Patreon community. And I'm going someplace with this. So Man Bear Pig is also a member of my Patreon community. This is what the party in question is jealous about, is that there are several $100s to be made on Patreon every month on a regular basis. And that's why he's made it perfectly clear to destroy certain people's channels so it destroys their income, and how people wouldn't be able to live if they didn't have a channel. So I would ask that person, what have I lived on before Super Chat for the last 6 years? What did I do in life before I came to the Philippines? And getting back to the Philippines, it's a rainbow time from Man Bear Pig. Oh, yeah, you know, there's another, that third party does not like the rainbow song, but we can't sing the rainbow song until a few more, we have to create a rainbow. He doesn't like the rainbow song. We're moving towards a rainbow. Oh, God. All right, so let me get back up here. Man, Bear, Pig, Flying Circus, did you get my ceiling? All right, so I'm not sure. Okay, so these guys are Flying Circus. Yeah, I sent it twice, okay? All right. See, these are how people recommunicating. Of flying circus, okay, flying circus. John Boone Bean, LOL, John Boone Bean. Okay, what did John say? I don't see the comment. So we have birthday cakes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Warren H. Happy birthday, dear Warren. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? Warren's 50 years old today. Scott Del Fuego, a pair of fancy shoelaces. And we know what Scott is talking about. We know Scott is talking about a pair of very bright colored shoelaces, almost the same color as what we have here. So we're gonna take Scott's lead here. You can rest assured that Scott wants the pot to be banged and for me to sing the birthday song. So that's going to happen. We're going to sing Happy Birthday to Warren again. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren. Happy birthday to you. Okay, so I gotta tell you, I love banging the pot. So, and then the next time we have a super chat, I'm gonna play a happy birthday from Daisy May, but it's not to Warren, it's to me, and she was gonna sing Warren happy birthday, but I can't. She's out of range. So thank you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott Del Fuego, from Michael Fazio and Daisy May. Thank you, Scott. Salamat. We almost have a rainbow. Let's see what happens with that. Oh my God! Did you see that? Another more orange. This is the color of the shoelaces that Scott is talking about. And now we have a rainbow, ladies and gentlemen. And Scott Del Fuego says, Warren would send this if he was able to on the stream. This is his super chat. Super chat. So before we sing, let's find that rainbow, baby. Oh my God, there is a rainbow. Sense of Style, 50 pesos, a big hand to Sense of Style. Thank you very much, Sense of Style. Welcome to the machine and to Warren's, the best I could do for Warren's birthday party. Thank you, Sense of Style. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much. Well, we'll sing for Sense of Style. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sense of Style. Salamat from Michael Fazio and Daisy May. Thank you. Okay, so we have a rainbow. The rainbow has appeared, so we'll have to sing It's a Rainbow. So but first we're going to bang the pot for Warren's birthday party from Scott Del Fuego. And what Warren would have sent me if he was able is very generous of you, Scott, especially considering what you did last month on the Patreon page, and what you're doing for Daisy. There's no way a man could have better friends than some of the people I've met on YouTube, and I'm looking forward to meet. I count those people. I have been honored to be blessed with several major friends on YouTube, people that have my back and people that have assisted me in with my YouTube earnings and have assisted me when I am not necessarily lonely, but when I have free time, with having a conversation with real people, like actual people that exist. One example before I sing for Scott the happy birthday song is Man Bear Pig. Now, there are so many trolls on YouTube that's why I eliminate the trolls right away. But now Man Bear Pig and I have spoken several times recently. Ed Lippett, welcome to the machine, Ed Lippett. And LaRue Segrest, welcome to the machine. And Sense of Style says you're welcome. Thank you very much, Sense of Style. So, Man Bear Pig, there were so many trolls on YouTube, but the people I've met on YouTube, not all of them are trolls. Now, there's a channel on YouTube that's constantly complaining that they get no super chat and begging for people to understand that there's money is needed for a computer, possibly, and or this, that, and the other thing. They're very jealous of the money that Big Kevin, and I earn on super chat. But that's not. I'm a showman. I have 10 or 15 different personas that I put on. I'm good at what I do. I can take on any one of a dozen different personas on any given minute, depending on my feelings. But Man Bear Pig, digressing, has shared with me where he lives, how he lives, his house, his cars, and just the last few conversations, I'm beginning to understand that he has an absolutely wonderful wife named Shell, and her and I have small conversations and sometimes long conversations about the beaches and the sea life. And we talked about that gentleman who was stung by the X-ray, the Australian adventurer, and how that something similar happened in Florida right by my house the same week. And we have conversations, as I do with Scott and Mr. Willis and John Escape and Jack Thompson and Warren H. and probably a dozen people I've had the honor to know and meet because of our friendships and conversations where we talk to each other as friends. There are no other channels that do that. In that regard, I don't know of another channel where the people interact with one another on the channel, but then talk to each other in person. Now, I could get you in touch with almost any single one of my 18,000 subscribers if they wanted to get in touch with you. But I don't think there's another channel that does that. But conversations that I have with John Escape, what he does for a living, where he works, stuff that is personal. These people share personal details with me. And I consider that an honor that they trust me. And so far, to my knowledge, no one has betrayed anybody's trust in our circle of friends. And there are many. So thanks everybody. I don't know what else to say. So I am gonna sing the birthday song. As soon as, just let me get through this little bit of comments so I don't get too far. Because Scott Del Fuego had wordsmithing. LaRue Segrest, hello, host. Perfect lady, LaRue Segrest. Always says hello when she enters the room and goodbye when she leaves. And she has a channel. So if you want to check out her channel, please do so. Scott Del Fuego says, there once was a guy, this is a comment from Scott Del Fuego, so you don't mix it up with something I might say. There was once a guy from Cebu whose stories were mostly untrue. His heart is so black, just one nut in the sack. His forced return home stays so far. I can't read that. I lost my place. There once was a guy from Cebu whose stories were mostly untrue. His heart is so black, just one nut in the sack has forced his return home soon. Maybe, God, ah! There once was a guy from Cebu whose stories were mostly untrue. His heart is so black, just one nut in the sack. His forced return home may be soon. Okay, so like E.F. Hutton, if Scott Del Fuego speaks, you should listen. So now that I lost my place. I gotta tell you, there are some people out there that there are stories. It's like the never and then. But Scott Del Fuego, yeah, now this is something I can't tell you what Scott Del Fuego does for a living, but I can tell you he's one of the he has a position in life that has nobody could ever achieve without having silly high IQ levels and respect from thousands of other people. Okay, and he earned that over the years. So there's no way I could explain what Scott does for a living without telling you what he does for a living. And we don't give up personal information here. But when he does these things, everything he says in his wordsmithing is pretty close to reality. So we'll read it again and move on. And thank you, Scott. There once was a guy from Cebu whose stories were mostly untrue. His heart is so black, just one nut in the sack. His forced return home may be soon. And that's a question mark. Should have been a question mark instead of a period or an exclamation mark. Thank you, Scott Del Fuego. So we let me get through the comments. Jack Thompson is in the house. Another Patreon member has entered into the machine. So for that big guy, the big 6 foot, says 6'6" or 6'8". These are my friends, and I don't see this happening, and I don't see this happening on anybody else's channel, where people come and interact with one another on the channel, then go to the other person's channel, become friends with them there, exchange phone numbers and emails. I don't see any of that in this third party that you have chosen to defend for some unknown reason, other than maybe you have a motherly instinct for stray cats and dogs, and that, if you see a stray cat or dog on the street, as does everybody else, you feel sorry for the stray cat and dog. I mean, no one wants to see a mangy cat or dog on the street, but not everybody will stop to save the cat and dog or to assist someone in need. And that's what you're doing. You're assisting someone in need of a friend. So 2 thumbs up for that. But as I said, if you knew the entire backstory, or this person said to you and your family what he has said to myself and my family, and about me, and about Big Kevin and Dave Phelps and Popeye One and Roberto the Brown American Expat and the Pinoy Troll, if you could just put together or be able to see some of the past events that occurred on YouTube, I am of the opinion you would just change your mind. I would think that you would realize that although your intentions were good, that maybe they were misplaced. But I can't make that decision for you. But Jack Thompson has been a long-term, 1.5 years now, member of my Patreon community. And Jack Thompson and I came this close to meeting when I was in New York. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But there's going to be a time where these people are all going to be coming to my hotel and meeting one another and myself. And we're going to be sitting down. I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink. Now it's since about a week after Daisy left, I used to have alcohol in the house, rum or tequila, because I would put it on mosquito bites. So I may buy it again for mosquito bites, but that was the main purpose, and 1 shot before sleep to go to bed, to go to sleep at night. So, but Scott, I would have a beer with Scott or Man Bear Pig or John Escape. I would have a drink with the people that are my friends on YouTube. I would not have a drink. I've never been in a bar, not once have I ever set foot in a bar in the Philippines. Outside open cabanas where the bar is up against a beach or something like that a few times, but never been in a bar in the Philippines. I don't ever expect to go to one. And Scott is going to stay at a luxury resort when he comes to meet me in the spring called the Henin. And Carl is also choosing the Henin for when Carl comes. Carl Vella is another major long-term friend of mine of now 11 from 64, 53 years. Carl has been a friend of mine. So, and Carl just took me on an all-expense trip, paid vacation to the Florida Keys when I was in New York. This is to let you know, I'm talking to this third party that lives in Cebu, the big guy. Carl flew me to the Florida Keys. We stayed in some of the best hotels. All expenses paid, all foods, all trips that we made, secondary and tertiary trips, dive boats, snorkeling, jet skis, everything. Cost Carl well over $5,000 to do that. Okay. And those are the kind of friends that I have, not just because we've been friends for years, but because we are friends. Okay. So let's get back to the super chat, the live stream and the super chat, because I do have to sing. So Scott's saying hello to LaRue. Jack is saying hello to Scott. LaRue is saying hello, John Escape. So let's please go to LaRue's channel and subscribe to LaRue. She's probably one of the nicest people in my chat and has subscribed to me for years. She's just a sweetheart. I think that people could become friends with LaRue, and she could help you out if you're coming to the Philippines. So thank you. LaRue Seagrass says, hello, John Escape. My friend, sorry last night I wasn't able to see your comments on my live stream because of going back to friends' channels to pay them back as they came into my live stream. So please go to LaRue's channel, and LaRue has live streams as well. Thank you very much. If you do go there, and I will, you know what, LaRue, I'm gonna go to your channel now and show the people what your channel looks like, and hopefully somebody will subscribe to your channel. And I don't give out shout outs to people so easily because I don't. Why is this? Okay. So LaRue Seagrass. See, I'm subscribed, but I can't click the bell. And it says this section is turned off. Let's see what it says. This section is turned off for content made for kids. Okay. All right. So here's LaRue Seagrass. And there's one of these. She does have videos. She has 2,000 subscribers. So she's always, of all the most woman ladylike personalities on, I'm going to post her link right now to her channel. I'm going to post the link to LaRue's channel right now. Let's give LaRue a big shout out. We're getting, all right. So this is, hold on. I got to go back 1 minute and get her name. I want to put her name in in with the link. Okay, the computer's running a little bit slow. All right. I want to get her name in with the link so that when I post the link, people will know what link it is. So I'm going to copy this, and when I suggest to do something, I always post it 3 times so that people will see it. It's just so that it stands out as opposed to just passing it by. So if Michael Fazio, if you're on Michael Fazio's channel, my channel, and you see something posted 3 times, it means to me it's important. So we give a big shout out to LaRue Segrest, who's now doing live streams, and John Escape went to her live stream last night. And thank you very much, LaRue, for being. She always enters the room and says, "Hello, host." And to everybody else in the room, she greets, and she always leaves the room by saying, "Host, may I leave? Well, I will be leaving now. Is that okay?" She's got more manners than 10,000 Michael Fazios. So thank you for being my friend, LaRue. All right, so we're back up to Scott Del Fuego because we still didn't sing. Man Bear Pig says, "Bang a pot and smoke a pot too." No, that's not what he said. Sorry. He's got a big smiley face. You're making a 420 joke. I don't smoke pot, dude. But that's okay that some people do, but not for me. It makes me paranoid, and it makes me hungry. And when I say hungry, I remember the last time I smoked pot was I guess it was 2000. I didn't have my Cobra yet. I don't think I had my Cobra yet, so it might have been. I took one. I was in a car with people smoking. I said, "Well, if I'm going to get a contact high, I might as well try this," because it was 10 years. No, it was 5 years before that. I tried it once before that, also back in 1997. One hit, one drag, like on a cigarette, made me so paranoid. I was afraid to go home. That's how paranoid it made me. I would never smoke that crap again. But it made me hungry. And in 2002, wait, no, I didn't have my Cobra yet, so it was like 1999. 1997, geez. I guess I smoked it twice in 1997. And yeah, once in America, in New York, and once, both times it made me so hungry I couldn't stop eating. And the time I did it before that, I was in my early 20s. I ate so much food I couldn't stand up. I'll never smoke that shit again. That stuff is just pure, just to me, it's a waste of time. Anyway, that's my opinion about marijuana. Scott Del Fuego, here's for a pair of fancy shoelaces. So we are going to sing and we're going to bang a pot. I think, again, for Scott Del Fuego. Once for Warren, and once for Scott Del Fuego for being my friend. Thank you, Scott. So this one is for Scott Del Fuego. We'll sing. But, as I promised, hold on a minute. As I promised, this one is going to be a little different. We're going to have Daisy May singing Happy Birthday. But she's not singing Happy Birthday to Warren H. She's singing Happy Birthday to Michael Fazio. So she was going to sing Happy Birthday in person to Warren if she could get online on Skype. But she can't do that. And Warren's not online. So I'm going to play this soundbite for you from Daisy singing for my birthday. And let's get this show on the road. And I think I'll bang a pot while Daisy is singing. So all right. So here's the video. I can't show you. Yeah, I could show you. This is Daisy May singing happy birthday to me, but we're going to make it happy birthday, Warren. Okay, I don't know how to do this, so I'll hold this pot like this, and we're going to click this button, and it's going to open up a new window. I'm going to send this out to a few people. Well, actually, you won't need it now. Hold on a minute. Okay, so we get ready. Happy birthday to Warren. And. You gonna sing? Yeah. I'm ready. Warren.
Happy birthday to you.
Warren.
Happy birthday, dear
Warren. Happy birthday to you. Are you now 50 years old? Warren is 50 years old today. Happy birthday, Warren. I hope that you get to watch this live stream with love. Love that was sent from all the people on YouTube and your friends. Okay, I'm going to go back to the comments. So, Scott sent money for a pair of fancy shoelaces. Orange, no doubt. Orange shoelaces. What other color shoelaces should there be? Well, these. So, talking about orange, we have a rainbow. So, we will be singing the rainbow song. I want to tell you about these Sandugo sneakers that I bought. But we're not going to get off the subject of so easily. So Scott, rainbow, man, bear, pig, rainbow. John, love it. Happy birthday, Warren. John Escape, Mr. Willis, thumbs up. John Escape, light it up, baby. Happy birthday, Warren, wherever you are. Hopefully many more from Man, Bear, Pig. Birthday cakes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday, my friend. John Boone Bean is here. John Boone Bean. So he is now Abraham, 50 years old. That's right, John. Welcome to the machine. Now, John Boone Bean is a man who lives in Holland and has a great channel, a fantastic channel. I suggest you go to his channel if you want to learn about Holland and what life in Holland is or where to visit in Holland. John Boone Bean, why don't you take your link for your channel? Because I'm just running behind on the comments, and your name and your link, and post it here so people will know where to go if they want to talk about Holland. LaRue Seagrass says hello, Michael, and Daisy May. Thank you very much, LaRue. I'll pass that on. Okay, so we're going to move down through the comments. All right, we're down through the comments. All right, so we are where we were up to the sense of style, and the Warren would be able to send this super chat if he wasn't in the hospital. So, well, up and John Escape again, but we're not going to sing for John Escape just yet. Okay, we'll sing, but what John Escape did was he completed the rainbow. Flashing on my screen, it started with green. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. It started with green and ended in blue because they don't like you. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. It started with green. A green from John Escape, a green from Mr. Willis, who I missed that super chat, and a orange from Scott Del Fuego. Where do we know that word orange from? It's because of the blue that they don't like you. It's a rainbow flashing colors on my screen. It started with green and went to orange and possibly blue and then to deep orange. Burgundy, I would say, because they don't like you. It ends in blue today, baby, too, because they don't like you. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. It started with green, green and blue and yellow and orange. Make big super chat. We thank you all. So we didn't sing for Mr. Willis. I don't know why that. I probably got involved with another comment. So thank you, Mr. Willis. Let's sing happy birthday for Mr. Willis's super chat. But Mr. Willis put that money towards my transportation costs and my court costs. So, but we're still going to sing the happy birthday song for Mr. Willis. Thank you very much, Mr. Willis. So happy birthday to Warren from Mr. Willis. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? How old are you now? I was refraining from putting on these sunglasses, hoping Warren would come and I would put them on when he got here. These are his favorite sunglasses. Of all the gimmicks that I use on YouTube to earn money, this is Warren H's favorite gimmick. So I'll take them off in honor of the fact that Warren isn't here. But when Warren comes back, I made a special attempt to find those sunglasses today. Not today, this week. And it was a long, hard journey through my stuff. But I found them. All right, let me go back to the comment. So that was the rainbow song for the authorities out there that think I'm crazy. I don't know why anybody would think I'm crazy, because most people, including all, and there are several, the professionals in the psychiatric field and or doctors and or police investigators and or investigatory agencies, both in America and the Philippines, every professional person I have ever been in contact with, I have dealt with on a professional level. So nobody, it would be impossible, unless all they base their determination on were the crazy antics I do on YouTube. But if you spoke with me in real life and saw my accomplishments of my real life, you would just come to the conclusion that I am a very good and very entertaining entertainer on YouTube. So for those psychoanalysts and psychiatrists and them worthless shyster lawyers that will try to push an issue on somebody that like, oh, he's crazy. Yeah, but you can't prove it. So you'd have to prove it before a psychological board. And you don't have that ability to do that. And you can't make a determination as to whether or not someone's crazy if you don't have a degree. So I hear all kinds of stories that I'm going to be deemed emotionally unfit to be in the Philippines or something like that. I'm not exactly sure what was said. Well, actually, I am. But I hear these stories and I have to laugh, because now you see that I have the ability to put on a show, and I have the ability to keep people happy and make them laugh. And on a Saturday night, they come to my house and they share you know, they share stories and they share each other's information. I think you're going to have a big problem with that one, but you give it your best shot, because that's what I hear. I heard stories about that. In fact, I have that video someplace. Let me see where I have that. What is the name of that video? To find that video, see this one here. That's not it. Hold on a minute. I know I can find that video. See up here in the top up here, all these blacked out ones. Those are the videos I'm working with. Researching. Those were just the ones I copied, and I have to do some more research on these things. But there was videos. Oh, that one. I can't. I'm not going to do it. But I have. What do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That one's about a big guy. So that one is with a big guy in it. I mean, and some things that was said that maybe somebody would be interested in. That was with a big guy in it, and some things were said that would be interesting to present if in fact. That one's. We have 22 up here, or 20 on the screen up here, 20, and then I have. Oh God, I don't even know how many videos I have. So if of me being abused on YouTube, it's an amazing amount of abuse. It's an amazing. I took more abuse than anybody else on YouTube. I took more abuse than anybody else on YouTube. Nobody took more abuse than me, because I shared half the abuse with Miss Daisy May, and that probably put a toll on our relationship a little bit. You know, not much, but I would say that the stress that was caused from the angst and the anxiety, and then the words that were said about myself and Miss Daisy May are just so dastardly low down and abusive that nobody would believe another person would say such things. Unless, of course, you had video evidence. Okay, so hey, Scott, all is well. So LaRue Seagrass, okay, let me get back there. No problem, LaRue from John Escape. He was happy to go to your live stream. Hello, good evening. Sense of Style is back. Hello, Michael. Sense of Style is back. Thank you for stopping back. Hello, Jack Thompson from LaRue. LaRue says, thumbs up for you, host. Sense of Style. Another 50 pesos from Sense of Style. Salamat. Thank you very much, Sense of Style. Salamat. From Michael Fazio and Daisy May. Oh, Daisy's going to be the happy camper. And the part that I keep of the super chat is going to go to my transportation and my new clothes. So before I go any further, let me tell you what it costed me for clothes this week. I thought it was 7,000. I might have posted in one of my videos, but it was 2,200 pesos for these shoes, or about $45. And then I had a Philippine shirt, which was 799 pesos. Let me get the shirt and the pants. So I'll just give you an idea, because I'm going to put cost of living in the Philippines in this description box. So let me give you an idea of what things cost here. And I absolutely am more ecstatic about the shirt I got as opposed to the 4,000 peso shirt, which would have ripped the first time I bent over to tie my shoes. Be back in 15 seconds. 14, 13, 10, 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Okay, so What it cost me in transportation this week was about 15. No, I went to the city with a tricycle once. That was 300. Let's just say 300 pesos. Then I came back once with a tricycle. That was 300. But I did about 15 trips at 20 pesos to a trip. That was another 300. So just to go to the NBI, to the courthouse, to the BQ Mall, to retrieve my thumb drive, to pick up, to have papers printed. I spent, and then transportation to and from on the jeepney 3 other times, another 200 pesos. I spent about 1,200 pesos, plus another 200 or so. Well, actually, 200 pesos on this week's paperwork. Let's call it paperwork. But I also spent 700 pesos a few weeks back. So just to go to the court in order to bring some pieces of evidence. Now, not all of that was used in the case, but I spent about 2,500 pesos, which is about $50, and I have received that much back on my super chat. So that today's mission is complete. Thank you very much. There is no need to go any further with the super chat. Today's mission has been completed. But I will tell you what things cost in the Philippines. So this, and I'm going to talk about the Philippines products. Now, as much as when I was in America, I tried to buy American-made products, in the Philippines, I do the same thing. And this sneaker is called a Sundugo, Sundugo, Sundugo sneaker. I buy these sneakers because they have an option that's similar to the Solomon sneakers in America. It's a quick snatch, cinch. It's a cinch type operation to tie your shoes. So you don't have shoelaces, and you don't have to worry about shoelaces coming undone. And most of the times these last the lifetime of the shoe. But what does not work well on these shoes at all, there was a big problem I've had with these shoes, is that the soles separate from the inner body of the shoe. And that's why Miss Daisy May did so much sewing. I have 3 pairs of shoes. So I'm going to, the shoes are made in the Philippines, and they're for a $50 sneaker. It's a pretty good sneaker, but I will tell you that the quality of the glue that they use is garbage. So when Miss Daisy May was here, she would sew them back together. So I have now this new pair. Actually bought another pair because I did. Well, anyway, I have two pairs of these, one in gray and one in orange, because I didn't know, which. I like both colors. So this is what Daisy had to do. So this had every sneaker. Now I have another pair of these sneakers, the Sundugos, that are only 4 months old, and the sole is still in very good condition, and the shoe is a high quality membrane Sundugo sneaker. The shoe is in good condition, but it's separated from the sole. So there's a problem with these shoes, but they're only $50, and I would recommend these shoes over the 1,000 peso sneakers that you're going to buy in the Philippines. They have good soles in them. They're very comfortable. They're a water shoe, so if they get wet and you have a bacteria in there from the salt water or whatever, you can soak these in pure bleach, bleach right out of the bottle, and it's okay. It doesn't do damage to the shoe or the rubber. So the quality of the shoe and the rubber is excellent. The quality of the glue is garbage. So this was 2,200 pesos just for the one pair. And then we have the beautiful pair of dungarees. that I have. These dungarees, what were they? 1,700 pesos? Yeah, 1,700 pesos. Yeah, these were 1,700. Am I right about that? I forget. $34. Yeah, that's right. 1,700 pesos. These were. I have the receipts, but I'm not going to look. So this was 1,700, and 22 would be 1,900, and 2 would be 2,000, 3,900 pesos total so far. And then we have the shirt, the Philippines shirt. So this shirt, there was another shirt that I took off the shelf, and I said, yeah, I want that one in black. It was a beautiful shirt. Now, I don't know how good the quality was because I didn't buy it, but it looked good. But they have the audacity to charge you 3,799 pesos, which is $76 for a shirt in the Philippines when people don't even make, they make 2,000 pesos a week. You'd have to work 2 weeks with no other expenses. But to save 4,000 pesos, let's just round it out at 4,000 pesos. Maybe a person would work for a year and save 100 pesos a week for a shirt in the Philippines. It's ridiculous, the cost of clothes here in the Philippines. But anyway, that shirt was 3,800 pesos, 3,799. And I would have bought it because I liked it, but it's a ridiculous amount of money for a shirt. And if I would have bent over to tie my sneakers, it wouldn't have fit. And it was their concept of 4X. And if you are a big man coming to the Philippines, you can't buy, I wear a size 12 shoe, but it's a double or triple E wide shoe. Can't buy them here. Sundugo is the only company that you can get them in. They don't have them in the Nike. They don't have them in the other things. So if you wear a size 12 or bigger and you have a triple wide or double wide foot, Sundugo is your only option. So, and there's a Sundugo place as you walk out of the BQ Mall. Go to McDonald's. Go to the front door of McDonald's. Face away from McDonald's and walk straight up that block. And on the corner that's going to intersect at 350 feet away is a shoe store. It says shoe store, sneakers. That's the Sundugo shoe store. So we're up to what? 1,700 and 2,200. What was that? 1,900, 2,900, 3,900 pesos. And this was 800 pesos, $7.99. This shirt. There's a beautiful shirt now, and it's a light duty fabric. So it has so altogether 4,700 pesos, or roughly $100. So this is the shirt. It's a collared shirt. So I had to have a collared shirt, and I had a collared shirt required by the court system to get into the building, and it says Philippines on it, but it's a nice breathable shirt. And I actually do believe that these shirts are the shirts that the authorities wear and then have their names sewed into them, or it's this design and from a different manufacturer. So I spent 5,000 pesos, or $100 on clothes this week. So in theory, it's a lot of money. If it was a Filipino and they had to go out and buy new clothes, they would be in deep doo-doo. So I want to thank my super chatters, and that is quite nice of you to help me compensate. And also for Miss Daisy May, thank you very much. So that's just the cost of living in the Philippines. So the cheapest decent polo shirt that was in that block of polo shirts is $16. And I've seen polo shirts in that mall, in the ICM mall. Polo shirts now for as much as $60 for a polo shirt. $60. It's crazy, the cost of living here in the Philippines. All right. Ed Lippett is in the house. Now, Ed Lippett, welcome to the machine. I don't know if I said hello to you before. I mentioned that you were here, I think. Ed Lippett is a man who, no matter where he goes on what channel, when he hears somebody disrespecting me, Ed Lippett always says something to the effect, no, Mike Fazio is not like that, or I like Michael Fazio, or that's not true about Michael Fazio, or Michael Fazio is a good guy in my opinion. He doesn't care if there was one or two people disrespecting me, and most of them, those people are trolls. But when there is a real person that doesn't know who I am or what I represent, Ed Lippett, on one occasion, sometimes two, he doesn't respond to the people if they don't agree with him. He just moves on, because arguing with a name or a fake account on YouTube is just not worth it. That's why I don't allow trolls on my channel. Scott is looking at pricing to come to the Philippines. That's another thing I suggest that you do, is seriously research prices. Now, Scott and I have talked about that. That's actually a good price. And April is a beautiful time of the year to come. You don't want to come to the Philippines even at this time of the year. It rains almost every day in December and the first part of January. And it's the most expensive flights. So April is a nice, and that price of $12.25. Got to remember, when I went to New York last year, I paid $1,100, and I booked 9 months in advance, and I paid $1,100. When I was down to 3 or 4 months before I left to go to New York, the flights were $1,500. So if in the same time frame of April, you're looking at $12.25. I got to tell you though, Scott, if it's on China Eastern Airline, I've flown back and forth from the Philippines twice. Once when I came here, and once when I went back, and then I came back. So I've had three flights to the Philippines. 3 flights on the trip from New York to the Philippines. Once 2 here, once back, and then once back again. Balik, Bali, Balik, back and forth, Balik. And John Escape sent the super chat. I did sing for that one. He's got the fist bump. Thank you, John Escape. I flew China Eastern both ways this time, back and forth. I just, a lot of people don't like China Eastern. One thing about China Eastern is nobody speaks a word of English. Sometimes they just point, and they'll point down a corridor in a terminal. The terminals are literally 1,200 feet long, and they'll just point that way. And you say, but where is the, and they just point. They don't speak. If they speak English, they won't speak English to you. The food on the flight, I mean, it's airline food. It was okay. It was edible. For me, it was edible, but for everybody, it was edible. But it wasn't anywhere near as good as the food I had on Philippines Airline coming here. The food on Philippines Airline was very tasty. The food on China Eastern was not so. And when you asked them for a can of soda, they would give it to you, but reluctantly. Because when I'm on the flight, you get tired, you're exhausted, but you don't want to go to sleep because it's not your sleep time. We're in the country that you're headed to. So I would drink a whole can of Coke to stay awake. They would give it to you reluctantly. First, sir, I'll come back. They speak that. I'll be back. But they would give it to you, but reluctantly. Where on the Philippines airline, they just give you the can of soda and move on. So, Ed Lippett. Now, Scott, yeah, that's another question. Ed, Flying Circus, Ed Lippett asked a good question. Is that directly to Bohol? Because if it's not, another leg, and you could be in Cebu for a whole day. The extra leg to Cebu. If you're coming to Cebu, Scott, I'll just come and meet you in Cebu and then bring you back. But the other leg from Cebu to Bohol, which is about a 7 or 8 minute flight, is an additional $400. So round trip. So it's actually worth it if you're not concerned about money, but the time that it could be, like you might come into Cebu at, say you come in at 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, then you might have to wait until 4 o'clock the next afternoon to get to Bohol. So you don't want to do that. And vice versa, the same thing going back to Cebu. There could be a layover of 27 hours or 26 hours between Bohol and Cebu, unless they've changed the schedule. But that's what it was for me. So I just flew into Cebu and out of Cebu. But if you're coming to Cebu, then and you want, we'll meet in Cebu. I'll tell you what there is to do there when you get here, before you get here. But not much, but it's a dirty city. That's all it is. So we'll talk about that later. But $12.25 to get to Cebu and back, that's a good price. So let me put my glasses on. Whoa, big statement, big statement, big statement. John Escape says he flies Delta from Fort Lauderdale to Manila. Okay, that's, I don't know. I've never checked out the schedule. Philippines Airline via Manila. Okay, that's the one you want to go on then, Scott. But for the information I posted, China Eastern Airline gets you there. They did not lose my luggage like Philippines Airlines did lose my luggage. That cost me $1,000 in hotel rooms for the 6 days. Well, for the hotel room I had to rent for that time, $1,000. So that was an extra $1,000 because of Philippines Airlines incompetency. So Flying Circus says, and with good reason, I've never trusted a YouTuber like I do Michael. Thank you, Flying Circus. And we don't need to get involved as to why. Just understand that Flying Circus and I have a friendship and a bond between us for a very long time, and we trust one another. Thank you, Flying Circus. Well, he has to come into Manila, Ed. I think the way it works is you got to go through. I always had a stay in Manila on every flight I've ever taken, on all 3 legs of the trip, back and forth and back Bali one more time. I was always in Manila at some point for some small layover, and sometimes 12 hours. So I think he has to go to Manila, but maybe that's changed. Oh, okay. This is the one thing about China Eastern Airline, too, that I want to tell you about. Okay. And this is something I did not like about China Eastern Airline. And no one liked it. Everybody wanted it, and no one liked it, and the offer wasn't given. And I don't know if they were booked up or sold out, because I never did get into first class during the flight. But Philippines Airlines will book you in, the cattle area, which is okay for me. I don't mind sitting down for 36 hours. Doesn't really bother me that much. But on Philippines Airlines, sometimes on the flight itself, you can upgrade for like another $150 or $200, which I would do. But there was no seats on Philippines Airline available, but they gave you the option. They put you on a list of people that wanted it, and I just missed it by a few seats. That was on the way to the Philippines. But China Eastern, even if they have an empty seat, they will not book you to first class. And they did have empty seats. And there was no amount of money you could offer them. You could offer them the full price of an airfare. They just won't do it. I don't know. I don't know why their policy is like that. But a lot of people were complaining because they went on the plane with the intention of buying an empty first class seat, because as Scott says, they're $4,500. So maybe China Eastern says, well, if you don't pay for it up front, you're not getting it. I don't know. But they won't give you an upgrade. Even if there were many empty seats in first class, they wouldn't upgrade you. Scott says, thanks, John Escape. I didn't see, okay, you guys are talking. Okay, I'm going to bypass your airline comments. You could have I don't like non-alcohol. Yeah, I never had a non-alcoholic beverage. I don't care for alcohol enough for me to miss if I'm going to sit down, I'll have a Heineken. I'll just have a nice cold Heineken. I haven't had one in about 3 years. If I'm going to have a beer, I'm going to have a real beer. I'm not going to drink a phony beer. But yeah, thanks, John. Thanks, Man Bear Pig. Scott sub to LaRue Seagrass. Flying Circus just stopped by LaRue Seagrass. John Escape says Air Asia Cebu is the best. Now, John Escape is a frequent flyer, so maybe Scott can look into that. All right, so the airline comments I'm going to pass up so I can get down to the bottom of the not the bottom of the flat earth. I was going to say the bottom of the flat earth. This isn't about the bottom of the flat earth. This is about, wow, I'm way behind. I got to get going here. Teresita Foxinski, please help Warren. God bless. Thank you. Teresita Foxinski. You're welcome, LaRue, for the introduction. I didn't know that you, LaRue, I don't follow a lot of people, and I only have time to watch. I have time to watch what I want. I'm going to check out your live stream, but I've never been to your channel before. I was subscribed, and apparently it unsubscribed me, but I've never watched one of your videos. So I'm gonna make a point to watch one of your videos, but it's not going to send me an update because you do videos about children, it said. We'll check that out. Yeah, the weather does stop the ferry for a time. There's no doubt about that. But in April, the weather is that's the spring vacation for the children. Typically, it's just beautiful summer weather. That's like the Philippine summer. So I wouldn't worry about that in and of itself. And if you're flying into Cebu and I think there's a storm coming, I'll just leave here a day early or 2 days early, and I'll be in Cebu to meet you at the airport. And if the ferries aren't running, we'll just do a couple of tourist destinations, like the Church of San Pedro, I think it is, or there's a couple of nice churches and a couple of things to do. Not much, but it would. And I could introduce you to some of my friends in Cebu who would probably love to meet you. So there would be stuff to do in Cebu. Yeah, that would work. Okay, Patrick Barker. Hello, Michael. I'll trade this show here in Nebraska for some of your Philippines weather. P.S. Just sub to LaRue Seagrass. Thank you, Patrick Barker. Thank you very much. And welcome to the machine, Patrick Walker. Now, he's a long-term subscriber as well, and a real person. Thank you very much, Patrick Walker. See, LaRue, and that's something that I do is I request people go view other people's channels, multiple channels. You don't see that. Big Kevin does that. Big Kevin does do that. Big Kevin will say that I have a good channel and that Roberto has a good channel and other people have good channels. Big Kevin is not afraid to say when another person's channel is something he enjoys, but there is a blogger that he doesn't do that. He may have done it. He may have done it. I've never seen him do it. So I do it on any show, on any time that I feel it's necessary. But there are other bloggers out there that think that because they're going to go to their other show instead of going to your show, it's taking away super chat or income or earnings or views. That guy has some crazy mixed up emotional ideas when it comes to views and people watching YouTube videos. If someone goes to LaRue Seagrass's live stream, then they go to LaRue Seagrass's live stream. If her and I are on the same time, then they go to LaRue Seagrass's live stream. I don't care. I'm going to do the live stream one way or the other. It's not going to interfere with my life or anything. It's not going to interfere. I'm here today. I'm here for Warren's birthday. Yesterday, I started the live stream because it was pouring out and I couldn't do the work. I have some equipment repair to do, so I couldn't do that work. And the other one I did about the bottom of the flat earth and the court system, well, because I give people updates on what I do in my life. But if someone wants to go to LaRue's channel, go ahead, knock yourself out. I don't care. LaRue Seagrass, I admire a man who doesn't have any viciousness. Thank you, LaRue. Well, everybody has a little bit of viciousness in them, but I try to add to that a little levity, because if I didn't, I would get upset. And I don't want to get upset. Well, I do get upset. I get upset when people make egregious statements about myself and or Miss Daisy May, which continued until just recently. Bad boy. Mr. Willis, Scott, you should be fine going to Scuba. Okay, that's... All right. Page High is back, so we're going to go right down to Page High's. Hold on. Yes, Mr. Willis. It was a while ago, but I'm just getting to it. Maybe 1,500 pesos for this week's project, but in the last month, about $50 on transportation and paperwork only. And then another 5,000 pesos for the clothes, just rounded out. So about 7,500 pesos on clothes and transportation and paperwork. And I received a lot of that back. So Mr. Willis sent another super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Willis. Salamat. And we will sing the birthday song. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday to Warren. From Mr. Willis and all of us. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? How old are you now? Warren is 50 years old today. Thanks, everybody, for stopping by. He is 50 years old today, and he's in an ICU unit. Couldn't talk about this before. Maybe I'll get it out now. Imagine spending your 50th birthday. Everybody remembers where they were on their 50th birthday, even unless they got drunk, which was, I mean, blind drunk. Imagine to have to spend your 50th birthday in an intensive care unit with nobody. Maybe Warren's sister will be at his side, maybe, because she lives a distance away. And I can't even talk to him. No, he can't talk to anybody. I just... Happy birthday, Warren. Happy birthday, Warren. I wish you were here, buddy. Okay, Man Bear Pig is leaving. Goodbye. Thank you. I'll give you and Shell a call soon. Scott says, this is almost as good as sitting in Michael Fazio's living room and not having Z2 grab me by the Cuervos. Yeah, that was... you know what I ought to do? One day I ought to tell the Italians. I could probably tell that. You know, I just got to think about telling that story because I don't know if the Johns would be upset. I don't know. They probably, I mean, I don't have to go back to New York anymore. So, and it's nothing. It might be embarrassing for them, but it's really nothing bad considering some of the stuff they did. I probably will tell that story. I have a John Gotti story that I want to tell one day, but I can't. I'm not going to do it here. I'll do the notes for a John Gotti and a Johnny A-Lite story. Johnny A-Lite, A-L-I-T-E, and John Gotti. I'll tell a story about those people that from America. I grew up in a very small area, so everybody kind of knew each other from the time we were born. But I won't tell that story now. And it's just a funny story about those guys and a dog. And, you know, a dog had latched onto one of their boys and wouldn't let go. But I'm not going to tell that story today. But everybody was laughing and rolling on. There was so much laughter. I can't even explain it. It was just one of those memorable moments in life. One of my most memorable moments in life. I mean, to see those guys back in the year 1980, and to see where they went in life. It's just funny to see how things turn out. To grow up with people in a small community, and Howard Beach was a very small community, and then to see what people became and have become and are, and see them interviewed on television and in real life, it's just an interesting thing to see that I got to lay out the notes for that story because it's a little bit more complex than that. And of course, I will lay out that one. I'll have notes for. And by the way, to that guy, the guy out there that keeps saying, yeah, the guy makes notes. He makes notes for his Ustream, for his live stream. Could you imagine not having anything to do but make notes? Well, people make notes. Dr. Page, he's down there on the bottom. Dr. Page makes notes. Scott makes notes. Mercury makes notes. Dennis makes notes. All contractors make notes. Every successful person in the world makes notes. Maybe that's why you haven't been successful on YouTube, because you don't do live streams with notes. Maybe something to think about. Good night, John Escape. To all here, good night. To Warren H. Almost there. You'll be with us all soon. Happy birthday. I hope that he does get here. And hello, Daisy May from John Escape. Thank you. Michael McFarland. Hello, all in Cebu now. No, now. Mad Max. Hey, Fazio. Season's greetings. Welcome to the machine. Now, Mad Max has an interesting channel. He does a lot of stuff about chemical dispersion in the atmosphere. I suggest if you want to do some viewing of what chemical disbursement looks like, Mad Max has a channel where every day he is being bombarded with chemicals. So he has a great channel for that topic. Page High, true. I'm 178 and I was 2XL. That's right. So Page High is referring to the comment I made that the Philippines 4XL should have fit me, the shirt. Even though, and it was $3,799. I hate when they do that, but it was $38. Just to say it was 4,000 pesos, and that's $80 for a shirt. And if you watched me put that shirt on, or was it maybe it was a different 4XL, and maybe that was the gray shirt. I said this shirt is 4XL. Yes, sir. It's too tight. If I bend over, it will break. And she says, yes, sir. And she starts walking over to the cash register, which was just a few feet away. I said, where you going? She goes, sir, the cash register's over here. I'm going, I just said it was too small. Yes, sir. But it looks good, sir. So I'm supposed to buy. What about shrinkage? Who's going to wash it anyway? I mean, it was a 4,000 peso shirt. It requires delicate hand washing. I'm not going to do all that crap. So I didn't buy it, but they were more than willing to sell me a shirt that didn't fit. So 4XL for me is too small. I have very broad shoulders and a thick chest, and a thick back. It's from the work I do. I'm just, big guy, not tall, but big. So Page High says he's 178 and he wears a 2XL. Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't fit me. I weigh 32 kilos. So a 4XL is a little small on me. Did I say 32? I mean 120 kilos. So thank you for that, Page High. Yeah, that's the point that Paige and I are making is that the cuts of shirts in the Philippines, 4XL should be sloppy on me. 3XL should work just fine, and considering shrinkage, but nothing here in the Philippines. All my shirts, all my work shirts, all of my work shirts, all the shirts and all the shorts that I wear here in the Philippines are all made in America. I've been into every store in the Ayala Mall in May when Daisy and I were there, or June, and every store in BQ and ICM, and every store in the J Mall, and every store in the Robinsons Mall, looking for the kind of shorts that I have. These shorts, the company that sells them is REI, but the name of the shorts is Officio, X Officio, EXOFFICO, X Officio. So you can buy these at REI, and these shorts are $50, 2,500 pesos. But these shorts are also 6 years old, and I have 2 more pairs that have been repaired several times. So the repair on these shorts is the back. So I had it repaired for 100 pesos. And now it ripped on getting out of a rusty tricycle with a piece of metal sticking out. And I said to the guy, you ripped this, I ripped my shorts. And he says, yes, sir. I said, there's a piece of metal sticking out, sharp. Yes, sir. Why don't you fix it? Yes, sir. He knew what I was. Everybody that gets in his tricycle rips their pants getting in or out of his tricycle. Everybody. They don't care. They just don't care. It's not his shorts. He knows where that sharp piece of metal is. So anyway, I went to over 100 stores in a dozen malls and streets, over 100 stores, and you're not going to find this quality short in any one of the stores in the Philippines. And this material, which is swimming. You go swimming in these shorts and you get out of the water and you get washed off or not. In a half an hour, these shorts are dry. These are good shorts, but you can't buy them in the Philippines. These were $50 at REI Officio. You can't pay $200 for them in the Philippines. Have certain things here, which is part of living in the Philippines. Mad Max says clothes are cheaper than New Zealand. In New Zealand, but you have to go to New Zealand, Mad Max. So, of course, they're cheap. Clothes are cheaper in New York City than they are in the Philippines. Are you kidding? Those pants that I had, it's a dungaree, yeah, but it's the cheapest gray dungaree I ever saw in my life. It's not a Lee or a blue denim. It's called blue denim, but it's not a real blue denim. It's some cheap material. And I'll show you the shorts. It's not double stitched or anything like that. It's got a very, very small stitching. It's not double beaded is what I mean. It's just a single lay. Sometimes they double lay it like that, and then they double stitch it so that the material doesn't just want to fall apart. But it's not a good quality shorts, but they fit. We'll know the first time I wear them. Now, they're called Dickies, Dickies. It's a Dickies short, but it's just not a real Dickies quality. Okay, certainly not Dickies quality, because a pair of Dickies in America is over $100 for a good pair of blue jeans. So I don't know if they've now downgraded to this grade, and it may very well be a real Dickies. But I remember buying Dickies back in the 80s, and they were $100 per pair of dungarees. Dickies. Dickies were expensive. It's a good short. Also, every pair of dungarees back in the 80s was $100. So this is not a $100 pair of shorts. And but if you wore those pants every day and you didn't grow out of them or rip them or they get battery acid or something on them, you could wear those Dickies for 20 years. Those are pants that last 20 years. I have not seen anything that lasted 20 months in the Philippines yet. And talking about one of the problems of living in the Philippines, I'm going to go over, where is my cell phone? I heard someone ask me, Michael Fazio. LaRue Seagrass, I excused myself for my routine. Bye-bye, LaRue. Thank you for stopping by. Max says, if you're a tall person in the Philippines, you won't find clothes. That's true. So where is my cell phone? Let me tell you something about living in the Philippines. It's a darn joke. It's a darn joke when people, good night, John Escape. It's a darn joke when people tell you that they're going to do something for you here and they don't do it, and they don't care that you went back to the city because you got a message on my tablet. I got a message on my tablet that my cell phone was ready. Okay, Scott, you're going to be in a taxi. Okay. I have those shirts in the container. Wow. All right. I have those shirts in the container. I have all the shirts in the container. I have several On Time Backhoe, Decks and Docks, Zola Craft, and a couple of other shirts that I had made up when I was in New York. I have several different T-shirts and just several of each. Some have a dozen or so of. So when you get here, I will give them to you. Okay. So where's my cell phone, you ask? This is one of the setbacks of living in the Philippines. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the cell phone story. This is one of the worst stories you'll ever hear in your entire life about a product sold in the Philippines. Nomad Patriot. Oh my God, that man paid me big money. He has a friend named Frank that he doesn't like. So he paid me the equivalent of about $140 to make a video so that he could bring it back to the States and show his friend Frank. So, Nomad Patriot. Imagine giving Michael Fazio $140. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He super chatted me $2 and then $20. How did your friend like that video, Nomad? Oh my God, we're going to bang a pot because we just made a lot. So Nomad Patriot, a long time ago, super chatted me about $140. And then when we met in Alona Beach, they loved it. So his friend Frank in America loved the video. Thanks. Oh my God! So he says, I have a friend in America named Frank. Make me a video. I said, do you like the guy or do you not? He goes, I don't like the guy. So I said, yeah, all right, bust out your camera. And there was and I know I hear stories that I was drinking. I don't drink. I just told people I don't drink. But he was drunk and he did that. Dude, Patrick, he was there, and so was his girlfriend and two other people. I don't drink alcohol. I don't know where people get that idea from. So, my cell phone. Let me get my cell phone story. No. Okay. No, Nomad Patriot says no one was drinking. Okay. And if there was, we are all grown men and allowed to drink, as opposed to people that shouldn't be drinking and do drink when they mix it with things they shouldn't be doing at all. It shouldn't be necessary in their life at all. So we're going to sing for Nomad Patriot. We're going to sing happy birthday to Warren for Nomad Patriot. Well, let's make it official. It's officially Warren's birthday. So, okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? How old are you now? How old are you now? Warren is 50 years old today, and he's in an ICU unit, Nomad Patriot. Not able to come to the computer, not able to I can't get in touch with him on Skype. I've been trying since 3 o'clock this morning, my time. Not possible. So now, for Warren H's birthday, Nomad just increased the size of the rainbow drastically. Drastic increase in the size of the rainbow. Yeah, that's where Warren is, in an ICU unit. ICU unit. So what we're going to do We're going to sing the rainbow song. Thank you, Nomad Patriot, for extending the rainbow over Cebu. So now we have a rainbow from Bohol to Cebu. I can see it, because actually I can see Bohol from my window when they're not dispersing chemicals between us and Cebu. And no, I can't. No, they've been. No, it's not. What island is that? It's another island. I forget the name of the damn island. It's big though. It's I forget the name of the island. I don't. I'd have to look at the map. So. I'm not going to Santa Fe, Nomad. I am. The transportation is just back and forth to the city, to the court system and the NBI. And you did fund it just now. You funded a good. Well, I estimated 1,500 pesos, which is $30, and between yours and the other super chats for transportation, my transportation has now been paid. Thank you very much. But I will never have to go to Santa Fe. But thank you for the super chat. If you want, you could undo it, but that's okay too. But the transportation is only for my. I have several hundred hours involved in this situation, so I did spend many, I don't know how much, a lot, but I would say 1 million pesos I spent in time and monies over the course of the last year. And when you consider my time at my time, so not all of that was necessary, but I just am an overachiever as opposed to underachievers. So I probably spent 1 million pesos altogether. So if you want, I don't have actually any vertical lip shirts. I only have 2 of those. So I could, you know what I could do? I have a few of those left from when I was in New York. I could sell those. I could auction them off. That's what I could do. I could auction them off through Super Chat. That would be a great idea. The vertical lip Liars t-shirts were one of my favorite creations. And I only have a few left. Of course, you know that vertical lips are the quickest way to lie to somebody. That's why I created the vertical. Let me show you the vertical lip shirt, being that you brought it up. This one, and I got to tell you, the quality of the material, I should have bought more of these. It was my mistake. But they were $23 per shirt plus tax. And I got them done at a shirt company in Long Island. Well worth $23, considering I've wore it and washed it many times, and it's still a stand-up fabric. But vertical lips, for those of you who don't know what vertical lips stand for, vertical lips stand for a man's ability to lie more than any other person with horizontal lips. So if you have vertical lips, you can lie 1,000 times in less than 1 second. But if you have horizontal lips, you cannot lie 1,000 times. So the advantage of having vertical lips is so that you can lie faster than the other guy. So if you're going to have a lie off, if you're going to have a lie stream, LIE stream, if you're going to have a lie stream, I suggest you wear your vertical lips t-shirt, and then you can lie to the people that you ask super chat from. So when at least they will know that you're not telling the truth and that you are a vertical lip liar. A vertical lip liar. That's what the vertical lips represent. the ability to lie faster than anybody else. Like Superman, you could be the Superman of the lie stream, L-I-E stream, lie stream. You could be the Superman of the lie stream. So digressing back before we sing for Nomad Patriot, sent me $140. And then when we met in Panglau, he gave me another $40 and then something else. So basically gave me another $50 to make a 45-second video. That's $1 a minute from Nomad Patriot. And we did have fun. And then we went down to the beach and then we talked and we watched some Chinese people play some game, sandcastle game. I never could figure out what it was. Okay, so we're going to sing the $20 Warren H. The $20 Warren H is going to be to bang a pot, put the hot pot on the head for 20 US dollars or 1,000 pesos. Here we go. Always remember, it's like a halo, flashing colors on the screen. Can you see blue and green and orange too, my friends? Because some people love me and some people don't like you. And you know who you are. So it's like a rainbow, flashing colors in the air. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday to Warren. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? He would be 50 years old today, folks. He would be 50 years old today if he was here. He would be 50 years old. Wow, that's crazy. That looks crazy. I'm looking at the screen with the glasses. These glasses I like. These are Warren's favorite glasses, and this is Warren's favorite bang a pot to make a lot too. In fact, once Warren super chatted me 500 Australian dollars to bang a pot to make a lot. 500 Australian dollars to bang a pot. That was just one of many super chats. So if you don't have a gimmick and you don't get no super chat, that's not my fault. I have proven beyond doubt that everybody with a gimmick makes money on YouTube. That's what entertainers do. They have gimmicks. So we're going to, for Nomad Patriot, most generous donation, we're going to show Nomad Miss Daisy May. And, okay, so hold on a minute. I got to find that mail. We're going to turn the camera around. I'm going to bang a pot, and Miss Daisy is going to sing happy birthday to Warren. All right, we're waiting. Well, she's going to sing it to me. You going to sing?
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Happy birthday to
Warren, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren Hunt. Happy birthday to you. Are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, Warren? Very nice. Thank you. So Miss Stacy May would have and wanted to sing happy birthday to Warren H. Warren is still locked up in the ICU, and Daisy can't get on the internet. Okay, let me, very sad. I thought that they don't even make an exception to let Warren out of the ICU for just a few hours. Now, I have Skype turned on, and he would have mail or a Skype. Let me check my mail. No, I don't see anything new. Hold on. He would have sent me a mail. Let's see if he did. No. Nope, no mail yet. All right, so Nomad Patriot. So we only have one more thing to do with Nomad Patriot's contribution to the rainbow. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. It started with green. It went from blue and yellow, orange to orange and blue. It's a rainbow. They send me super chat. They like my show. They don't send you super chat. They don't like you. They never liked you. It's a rainbow, flashing colors in the air. We combed our hair. And yes, I do have hair. It's not a rug. I remember you saying that. And then I did a super chat haircut with Daisy May. And they sent me 47,500 pesos to cut my hair with a razor blade and Daisy May. They sent me 47,500 pesos for Daisy May to cut my hair and then shave my head. Oh, pow. They sent me 47,500 pesos when Daisy May cut my hair and shaved my head. Oh, pow. Because they like me. Because they like me very much. But they don't like you. And they never did and never will. Because you don't have a proper gimmick for YouTube. They don't like you. And let's turn this show around and show you the rainbow. It's a rainbow. And this is part of my gimmick too. They don't like you. It's a rainbow. Flashing colors on my screen. It started with green. It went from green and blue and orange and yellow too, all the way back to orange. It started with John Escape, and then Mr. Willis got in the game. Then Scott Del Fuego doubled down, and Scott Del Fuego, he put in the kitty for Warren H because Warren's not available. And then John Escape came back with a number 2 because he don't like you. And then it went on and on and on down the road. Mr. Willis popped his head and gave me said monies to create the rainbow. Thank you, Mr. Willis, from all of us, and Warren too. And then we have the big Nomad Patriot who pays for videos. Nomad Patriot hit me with a blue because he don't like you. And then an orange and a yellow, and that makes a rainbow. So it's a rainbow. Flashing colors on my screen. It started with green. Yes, it did. It started with green. It went to orange. Then blue is hit me hard because they don't like you. And then Scott Del Fuego chipped in for Warren because he don't like you either. John Escape doubled down with a number 2 because he don't like you. It's a rainbow. smashing Mr. Willis with a number 2 because they don't like you. And then we have Nomad Patriot. He made a rainbow, a blue and orange and yellow too, because he don't like you. It's a rainbow. It's a rainbow, flashing colors on my screen. There is always a green to start the show. That's right, baby. Transportation has been met, John Escape. Let's bang the pot and get this party started. Let's show him that we love you, but we don't like him, because they don't like you. John Escape started with a green, and then there was blue, and then Nomad Patriot too. I could go on and on and on and on, but this is because they don't like you. They don't like you. They never did. They don't like you. They don't like you ever, ever. They never will. You don't get Super Chat because you don't have a gimmick other than the vertical lips of YouTube. They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like people. They don't like people like you. They just don't like people like you. I don't know what to say. Nobody likes you. I say it all the time. Oh, Soundbite says it all the time. So does everybody else. A lot of people say it. Hundreds of people say it. Thousands of people say it. I can't prove that because I have to spend the rest of my life on YouTube. But they don't like you. You don't have a gimmick. You don't have any pizzazz. They don't like you. Who is it? Who could that be? Who could that be? Who could that be? Oh boy. Boy, they don't like you at all. Scott says, welcome. Oh boy, we are way up at the top. All right, I'm got down by Nomad Patrick. They loved it. So I made a video for his friend in America whose name is Frank. And he paid me $140 and $40, $180 and $10, $190. He paid me $190 all told for a 45-second video. Thank you, Nomad Patriot. Salamat. Hope you enjoyed that part of the show. You have increased the size of the rainbow. It is now extending from Bohol to Cebu. Chad wanted me to say hello. Well, please say hello back to Chad and his lady friend. I don't mention Chad's name because, well, it really doesn't make a difference. No one knows who Chad is. But Chad is Nomad Patriot's friend from America. I don't know if they chipped in for the song that I did, and I did have fun making that. But anytime I could make $50 for 45 seconds, just call on me and I'll be there. All right, so getting that now, before Nomad Patriot came on, I was talking about my cell phone. But more importantly than talking about my cell phone, what I was talking about is the people in the Philippines' inability, I said, inability or outright, they don't care whether or not they keep certain promises. Okay, so, all right. So my first cell phone I bought in Cebu on probably January 20th of 2014. And I was in the store. Okay. I never had a cell phone before with a screen on it. So I buy this cell phone I don't remember what I paid for it. To be honest, I just don't remember. It wasn't much. It was, it could have been 3,000 pesos. I don't think it was more than that. It could have been 2,200 pesos. This is going back to 2014 when 2,200 pesos was about $40. Peso was 30 pesos to the dollar, 31. It was 31.9, but you only got 30 pesos at the money changer. So 3,000 pesos, 2,000 pesos would have been about $100, I guess. No, 2,000 pesos at 30 pesos to the dollar would have been about $80 for a phone. So I'm in the store, and they turn it on, and they know I don't know a damn thing about cell phones. I know nothing about cell phones. And they show me some functions on it, and I walked out of the store, and I walked across the street from the Ayala Mall to, well, what was the name of that hotel that I stayed in? Very terrible experience I had there. They were working on building a hotel next door. They never stopped making noise. Anyway, I walked across the street to the hotel. I walk up to my room to plug it in and charge it, but it won't. Something is broke on it. I forgot what it was. So it won't. Something wouldn't work when I plugged in the charger. So I walked back across the street. I wasn't gone 15 minutes. That's how close I was to the Ayala Mall. I bring it back. They didn't know that I went to the hotel, by the way. So I went back. I said, I've been out here playing next to the railing because I was standing by the railing before I went in. They all saw who I was, that I was next to the railing. They were all trying to sell me a phone. Finally, they got to sell me a phone. I says, I was just outside here, but this phone doesn't work. Yes, sir. What do you mean? Yes, sir. Give me another phone. Sir, hold on a moment. So they have to make a phone call. Whatever it was, one phone call led to another phone call, led to another phone call. They said, sir, we don't have another phone. That was the last one. But we have a different phone that you can upgrade to. Now, in America, they would give you the upgrade if it was like 20 or 30% different. But they wanted me to upgrade, say, at 25% more phone. But I don't want a better phone. I want the cheapest phone with a screen. That's what I want. Not one day I'll buy a nice phone, but today I'm going to buy a piece of junk or a cheap phone. And at the time, $80 was not a cheap phone, even in the Philippines. So, no, sir, we cannot give you back your money when I asked them for my money. So they had to get the supervisor, who came maybe an hour later. And I said, look, I want another phone. And no, sir, you'll have to wait until we get another phone. I said, no, I actually need a phone today. So just give me back my money and I'll go to a different store and no, sir, no refunds. But I said, if there's any problem with my phone, oh, yes, there's a 7-day warranty. The 7-day warranty is only to bring back the phone. And what they do is they'll send it to Manila to get fixed. So it'll be gone for 4 or 5 weeks. You'll be gone before the phone gets back. So I said, I'll just stand in front of the store and tell people about your policy. And they said, okay. So that's what I did for a while. Then I got tired of that. And I said, okay, now I'm going to go get the police. And, sir, what's the problem? What do you mean, what's the problem? I've been here since 11 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I want you to replace this phone. So by 3 o'clock, they had called up every agency in the world to get me another one of those phones, all their sister stores and so on and so forth. They finally gave me back my money. But so that was one experience I had with a cell phone. Now, I bought an Alpo phone here in Cebu. Here in Bohol. And this experience is even worse than that one because it lasted a year and a half and it broke. But it had a year and a half's phone numbers and contacts and notes and what the phone numbers did, like my architect for the hotel, his daughter, the telephone number to his daughter's architectural firm, the architect for my height clearance, and the FAA, direct line to the FAA, but a direct line to one of the men who gave me a cell phone number in the FAA for my height clearance for the hotel. So I lost all that, and I bring the phone back to Oppo, and they said, sir, we don't repair phones anymore. You'll have to bring it to an outside service provider. There's one over there. So that guy gets Oppo's repair service. So I bring it to him. He goes, yes, sir. He knew exactly what the problem was right away. He knew. He goes, it's a motherboard. It's a motherboard problem. Can you fix it? Yes, sir. How much will it cost? He said, the motherboard will be 600 pesos plus my labor. I said, okay. I take money out of my pocket. He goes, no, sir, not yet. First, I have to get it. So he goes, come back in an hour. So I go back in an hour, and he was a very busy man. Not yet, sir. Come back in an hour. So Daisy and I come back in an hour. Not yet, sir. I said, look, dude, make the call. Stop telling me to come back in an hour. I want to go home now. So he made the call. Yes, sir, I'll be able to have that motherboard for you in a few days. So I leave, and a few days later, I come back, a week later probably, and he doesn't have it fixed. He goes, sir, the motherboard can't be replaced, which is an outright, blatant, bakakun vertical lip lie. Okay? The motherboard could be replaced. He didn't want to replace it. So he walks me over to the shelf where they sell phones, and they had some used phones from people that didn't come back for repairs that he could sell me. Anyway, I said, no, I'll have this one fixed. No, sir, cannot get the motherboard. I said, dude, this phone is 2 years old. It's made by one of the biggest cell phone companies in the Philippines. You're telling me they don't have a motherboard for this? I don't believe it. So we left. And they do have motherboards. So I bring it to one other shop, and the guy says he can fix it. Leave it here. I'll call you when it's ready. I said, how much will it be? He goes, I don't know. Never do that. So I said, no, I need to have a price. Because one thing about Philippines and the people here, they'll give you a price, and the price they give you, they'll stick to it. I've not had a person give me a firm price and then change the price for a specific item. If there's more time involved, they'll charge you more money. And if they didn't start the job, they'll change the price when they get to the job. But when they give you a price, like I've had 3 pieces of electronics repaired this week, and all 3 work fine. And I was given a price for all 3, and they stuck to the price. So, but it took 6 weeks to get my cell phone back. So I give the man, I go to a third shop, and he tells me, this is long before Christmas, talking about the first week of December. He gives me a 3-day window to come back. So that I went to the shop. I said, how much will it cost to fix? He goes, 1,800 pesos. Well, I already know the motherboard is 600 pesos because that's what the first man said it was. And then when the second man, when I asked him, how much was it? He said 600. So he probably paid 400 for it and made a few hundred pesos on it. I don't care. I want, rather than spend 9,000 pesos for another phone, 1,800 is reasonable. So let's just say December 1st, I bring the phone in. I come back on December 7th. So that's 2 trips, but not just for him, but 2 trips to his store for sure, which is like 2 blocks out of the way of where I would ever be. So we didn't get the part yet. Come back next week. So on December 14th, I come back. And he said, sir, the part is on its way, but it's not here yet. So I have no reason to disbelieve him. So I come back on December 21st, and he says, sir, this is the part. And he shows me the motherboard. It's no good. So what's that? 4 trips now, right? 4 trips. We're going to exchange it. Please come back after Christmas. So I come back on December 28th, 5 trips. And I go back to his store, and he hands me the phone and says, sir, it's done. 1,800 pesos, please. And I take my wallet out, and I put my wallet on the table, and I took the 1,800 pesos that I had on a rubber band for the thing, and he goes to he looks at it. He didn't go to take it, but he's wanting that money. And I put the money back in my wallet. I said, let me check out the phone first. Yes, sir. Did you check the phone? Yes, sir. And everything works? Yes, sir. So I have my Globe SIM card here, and I have a smart SIM card in here. So the first thing I do is put my Globe and my smart SIM card in the phone, and it doesn't work. The Globe doesn't work. So we switch out the smart to the Globe, and then it works. So it's a contact in the SIM card, So this guy whips this phone apart. I don't know how he does it. He has good eyes like I used to have, like we all did. He whips the phone apart again in front of me. And so we're up to 5 trips. And he goes, sir, can you come back in an hour? So we're up to 5 trips. I'll have it fixed in an hour. And I believe that he would. If he's going to have it fixed, I believe he could do it. So I had to pick up my passport. So I went to the passport office, but I was early. They have this. Now you have to wait 3 weeks for your passport in Bahal. Well, I did anyway. So I go back to the store. That's 6 trips, and he shows me with the smart and the Globe that it works. That's great. He goes, that'll be 1,800 pesos. I said, dude, I know how much it is, but does the phone work? Yes, sir. Look, the cards, and he calls me, and then I talk to him, but I don't have a speaker on the phone, so there's no speaker on my phone, but I have a speaker on the phone. So I said, there's no speaker. All right, sir, let me have the phone. So I'm done with being in the city. He goes, I'll fix that. So he does. But I'm there 6 trips now, right? This is the guy who repaired my phone, and I said, I want everything in the phone working when I come back for 1,800 pesos. Yes, sir. So I go home, and now I go back on the 6th of January. I handed them my passport on I think it was the 18th of December, and I go back on the 6th of January to get my passport. And he said, sir, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. And I said, yeah, here's the paper. It says come back on the 6th. He goes, you have to come back after 3 o'clock. I could see my passport. It was sitting on the top of the pile because it was probably stamped that day. So I had to come back. It's ridiculous, but I had to do it. So then I go back to the store on the 6th, and he hands me the phone, and he shows me that the speaker is working and the 2 smart cards, and he says 1,800 pesos, sir. I said, look, dude, no matter how many times you say 1,800 pesos, I'm going to give you the money, but I want to make sure the phone works. Sir, it all works. And he calls me again and shows me the speakerphone is working properly. I said, can you take a picture with it? Yes, sir. So I take a picture. No problem. Takes a picture. Then I go to flip the screen to make, now taking a picture of me now, but I want to reverse the screen to the high resolution camera to face it that way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So now he still has the phone, and I don't have a phone. I don't know, 2 months now. He has my phone for almost six weeks. So now I have to go back a 7th trip. And it may or may not work forever. But there's no guarantee once you walk out the door. Had I walked out the door and brought it back to him, it would be a new job. But being that I caught each thing, it was the same job. I'm back. Scott's back. Welcome back to the machine. Scott Del Fuego was in the house. Kevin Crump, well, happy anniversary. Thank you. So I was just going over some of the things that people have to look forward to when they move to the Philippines. 7 trips now. Now, each trip takes 10 minutes to get there and 10 minutes back. So each trip is 20 minutes. So that's 140 minutes plus. Oh, wait. 3 times I went there during the holidays that he wasn't there. So it was 10 trips. Now, he never said to come back. I didn't get a message on my phone. But 3 times I went there, like I went there the day after Christmas, but he wasn't there. But the girl said he'll be back tomorrow. Well, I had to be in the city to do paperwork for the court system. So I went back the next day anyway, because I needed to be in the area. So 10 trips. Now, on that day, he was there, but he was out for lunch, and I didn't wait. So now I have 10 trips to a cell phone place where if the guy was competent or did what he said he was going to do, he gave me back my cell phone, probably knowing that some of those things didn't work and that I would have to come back and pay again. And that's okay with these people, to charge you 2 or 3 times what the cost of the job should be. But I made a verbal agreement with the man to fix. I don't want this cell phone back unless every feature works. And he said, I will fix everything in the phone. At least that much of his conversation and agreement he kept. But I made 10 trips to his office at 20 minutes per trip. So I spent 200 minutes walking back and forth to his store. That's 3.5 hours. But 3.5 hours over the course of 10 different days, or 8 different days. Okay? Like I got nothing. And sometimes I'm in the store for 15 or 20 minutes. So add another 3 hours to those 3 hours. So I have 6 hours involved with getting a cell phone fixed that all he had to do, I'll show you the part. Huh. Was change out this motherboard. Now, I don't mean to say all he had to do, because I couldn't do it. But this motherboard was $12, 600 pesos, reasonable. All he had to do was change this out and then check to make sure. And this controls everything. So this controls the speaker that didn't work. It controls the camera that didn't work. Oh, I could show you the message. Another message, I went to the city. He said, we'll have the part ready tomorrow. But I had to go to the city that day anyway. So then he sends me a message, sir, there's a problem with the motherboard. So he got a motherboard, and it didn't work. That was another problem. That was another reason why there was a delay. So all he had to do was take this and then check the speaker, the reverse camera, and both cards. That's his job. They hand you back a phone that works properly. 1,800 pesos covers the whole thing. And he didn't do that. He didn't do his job, but he was still asking for the 1,800 pesos each time I went in there, thinking I was going to give him the money and then walk out. And when I came back, he would say, that's a new problem, sir. It might be 500 pesos. Oh, I watched him take this out 2 or 3 times and do something to it with his little tools, the new one. The guy takes the camera apart, the phone apart, and puts it back together like I could cut a piece of lumber. He's really proficient at it. That's all he does. But he's as a mechanic, the guy's garbage. I mean, a real mechanic checks out every feature of the phone before he says it's done. Come to the city. They don't care that you come to the city. These people have a different perspective on time. They don't care if you get in a car or a jeepney or a tricycle or ride whatever, motorcycle. They don't care that you went through all the trouble of getting dressed and taking a shower and shaving and all that other horse-happy nonsense. They don't care about that. They just say, sorry, sir, it's not ready. So now it's 10 trips altogether to his office, and it's not done yet. Although I did get a message I think yesterday morning. I could look. Oh boy. Messages, 27 messages. Okay. January 10th. Okay, I'm not going to show you the number. Here, January 10th. So I don't know if you can see that or not. But on January 10th, I'm going to change the angle. On January 10th, which was yesterday, he sent me a message saying that the phone is ready. I'll move it in and out. This way you guys know I'm not lying to you, but I also gave him the phone the first week of December. So the messages are, hello, sir. Happy New Year. This is from Cell Phone Repair. Your motherboard has arrived already before New Year, but SSD, sad to say, there's a problem on it. I will be asking for a refund to my co-technician so that I can order another board. That was on January 6th. That was the day I got my subpoena, actually. That was the day I got the subpoena. Luckily, I came home early from the city, and I didn't wait for this guy to fix the phone. Then on Thursday, January 9th, I'll update you as soon as possible. And then on Thursday, January 9th, good day, sir. Your phone is already okay now. Okay, so that's January 9th. But I went there, and the phone wasn't ready. Sir, so I went there, the phone wasn't ready, and he said to come back on January 9th, but he didn't fix it. He asked me what time I'll be in the city. Sir, what time you're here in the city? So they think that you're going to wait in the city all day, but there's traffic on the way back. And then on January 10th at 4:07 p.m., okay, your phone is already okay and ready to pick up. Okay, so that's the messages. So just to let you know that it was that the motherboard did break. Here's the message for the motherboard breaking. Here's the man's phone number if you want to call him up and confer with that. Here's the motherboard broken. And it's not that he's not a nice man or anything like that, but as far as him being, he took a phone, said 1,800 pesos, he'll fix everything. And I've been back to the store 9 times since then, and I still don't have a phone. They don't care. If you can't make 100 trips, they don't care. Now, I should have just bought one. I mean, considering the time I have in it, but I don't want to spend $200 for a cell phone when I have one that I could fix for $36. But that was my plan. And a new cell phone doesn't guarantee you anything at all. It just guarantees that you have a new cell phone. That's it. And after 7 days, and you spend $300 or $500 for a cell phone, after 7 days, all that new cell phone guarantee gives you is that they will take your cell phone and ship it to Manila. At best, at worst, they will give you an address. You can ship your cell phone to Manila and wait 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks for it to come back. That's why I didn't buy a new cell phone. And that's why people that buy stuff here, you are so screwed when you buy something here and you're depending on the warranty. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. You're moving to the Philippines? Here, let me give you a big example. Why do I wear these glasses that I repaired with toothpicks? Why do I wear these? Why do I keep repairing these? And toothpicks, and I bought a bottle of glue, crazy glue. 25 pesos for this bottle. At the shop where I had the phone fixed. You know what they charge you in the mall for this? 50 pesos. So I don't know what they make at 25 pesos, probably 12 pesos, but in the mall it's 50 or 55 pesos. Why do I fix these glasses? Because it cost me 10 pesos worth of glue to fix these glasses. And then, of course, I have to just get a screw out of my screw jar in the in my shop. I have screws for these glasses. I have extra screws. So the rims are okay, and now I've reinforced it with toothpicks, like, you know, like a toothpick house. And how many of these glasses do I have? Well, you have one power below. And I dropped the glasses on the phone. Well, hold on. So I have 10 pairs of glasses that are between 4.5, and 5.5. And then they're mixed up. 4.5, 5.5. I don't know exactly which ones are which. But I have 10 pairs of these glasses. This is a 4.5. I think this is a 4. And then I think I have 3 of each of these, and then 3 5s, 3 5.5s, and 2 pairs of 6.0. Now you can go with reading glasses. And these are from readers.com. So if you need reading glasses, you need to bring them from America, because these are $9.99, and there's always a free delivery for readers.com. And if there's not, here's what you do. If you go to readers.com, I'll write that down. This way you say, I'm going to save you people so much time and money about buying garbage glasses in the Philippines, because that's all they sell here is garbage reader glasses. The reader glasses in the Philippines, you can only read from the central portion of the glass. As soon as you change it, like right now, I can see the screen from an angle. With the reader glasses in the Philippines, you have to be looking at directly at the word that you want to read. If you move left or right, it just becomes unreadable. So these are $10 in $9.99. But if you buy 10 pairs, you get a 10% discount, and you get free shipping. Now, if they say they don't have free shipping, say, well, there was an advertisement from 3 weeks ago. Any one of the representatives, I've done this before. I've been buying reading glasses from readers.com since the year 2000. You just say, well, there was a special with free delivery about a month ago. Just pick an arbitrary date. And what they're going to do is they're going to say, sir, hold on a minute. And they're going to say, sir, we're going to give you that free delivery. They always do. Even if they don't have the special on their website for that day, they always give you the free. They always give you the free. They always give you the free glasses. I mean, the free shipping. So now here's one. Now these are not readers.com though, Slim. These are garbage. So now here's one. Now these are not readers.com though, Slim. These are garbage, these glasses that you buy from Lazada. They're absolute garbage. This is the same garbage that you get from this is the Chinese version of the glasses. So let me find readers.com. Well, anyway, readers.com. Okay, I'll give you the readers.com. So I'm going to give you the website for that. And I'm going to tell you that they give you the free shipping and give you a discount. And so the readers that you buy here in the Philippines, you couldn't buy a frame of this quality in the Philippines with reading glasses. Not possible. Not possible. To insult you, to slap you in the face even further. They take, when you go for a prescription glass, they'll take so-called prescription lens, which comes out of a box, 20, 40, 60, 20, whatever it is, and they give you the same cheap set of frames that last 3 weeks. If you're putting them in your shirt pocket, within 3 weeks, they're going to break. These glasses, this pair of glasses, 2 years ago, I put these on and started putting them in my pocket 2 years ago. And the frame just broke 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And that's why I glued them together, and I built it up with a little bit of wood, because wood absorbs the glue nice. It turns into like a plastic part, and it's easy to work with, and I'm good with wood. You know, as you can see, I'm an excellent, eyeglass repair person. I mean, this has been in my pocket for a couple of weeks now, and it hasn't broke yet. And not to say it won't break, but so these were, altogether, I think I had 13 pairs. It was like $100 with the discount and free shipping. So buy your own readers in America. And if you have prescription glasses and your eyes don't change too often, I would suggest strongly that you buy your glasses that you need for your prescription in America. Glasses out of glass is much better than plastic. That's not possible. I don't know if it's 4 years ago you couldn't get they'll charge you some ridiculous price for worthless garbage frames that break in a matter of weeks. So what you have to do at that point, I also bought, hold on a minute. I also bought, I don't know if I have them here. I also bought two pairs of American Vision. I bought 2 pairs from them for $60. They do an eye test, and the American Vision is on Metropolitan Avenue, right off Woodhaven Boulevard. So I paid $30 a pair for those glasses. Those glasses, you would be impossible. That would be like you pay about $200 for the glasses I bought in America for $30. So that's one thing that you should know. All right, so now we have about bringing your own stuff, and so glasses is something that you need to bring. Sneakers, something you really need to bring. The sneakers here are garbage. They fall apart. There's no guarantee. The computer, I don't know about you, but I should have bought 2 computers before I left America, because after 3 years, nobody will fix your computer. They just look at your computer. They're an Asus dealer. Yes, no, we don't fix those. We cannot get the key. They can't get the keyboard for an Asus computer. They're an Asus dealer. They can't get the screen. They can't fix the screen. They won't fix. And if you bring it to an outside party, nobody will fix it. They want you to buy a new computer. That's what they want. Hold on. I want to give the kids candy. Hold on. On the weekend, they get candy. Yo! Hey! Hey! Come on back. How many people? How many? 5? Oh, wait, nope, that's 6. 6 people, yeah? Okay, everybody at one time. Say Polly Ho. Everybody all at once. 1, 2, 3. Polly Ho. And then Salamat. Salamat. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, baby. Only on the weekends, you know that. Okay? Where do you want to start? We'll start with you. And then you. Hello there. And then you. You want candy? Okay. And then you. Papa. Okay, Leo. Okay, all right, now everybody say, I'm being Kermie. I'm being Kermie. Okay, buddies. Why Sapayan Pud? Sorry about that. But on the weekends, they get their candy. The weekends they get candy and the week they don't. So I apologize for the inconvenience there. And they also got them understanding that they don't come back twice in the same day. So if they show up on Saturday, they get candy. And if three different groups show up, they all get candy. 2 pieces or 3 pieces, depending if the bigger children get 3. But I got it to the point now after several months, only they come back 1 time each day. And if they came back twice in the same day, that they will stand over to the side and not ask for candy for the second time. So what they will do is these 6 will get candy now, and then they'll go up the block, and then they'll tell everybody that Michael has candy because they forget or they're busy. So they'll be back more people later, or not. I'm not sure, but that's what we do here. So I'm going to put this back on here. The aircon. Passport TV is here. Hello, Michael and everyone. Hope everyone is having a great weekend. And Passport TV is having a party on looks like a palm tree party. It's a white sand beach party, and Passport. Welcome to the best. Well, Passport TV says, hey. Scott says, hey. Of the you MP, you have a screw loose Michael LOL with a big love circle there. Okay, thank you very much to the gentleman that sent me some love after Passport TV. MP has been a very long time subscriber. Thank you, MP, for welcome to the machine. Scott Del Fuego also buys cheaters at readers.com. I got to tell you, and I'm not lying to you, and you'll find out for yourself. Okay, here's what you can do. Go online. They don't care how much time they have to spend with you. But when you go online and you open up their catalog, when I say there are, in this particular style, there's this style that I get with the heavy-duty rims and the heavy-duty, brackets, Okay, I get this style. It probably comes in 6 or 7 different colors. But then, now this is a brown style. This is brown like a snake skin style. Now I bought, in the number 4, I bought the brown. In the number 5, I bought the black. In the number 6, I forgot because they're in a box somewhere in the container. But for the number 5.5, I bought a different color. But I bought 3 pairs of each. So if they're brown, I know they're number 4s. If they're black, I know they're number 5s. If they're 5.5s, they may be, I don't know, the size that I think I need below the size I need, and 2 sizes or 3 sizes above. And the shipping comes 24 hours later. So that's what I do. And you're never... So we have to go. We have some work to do here. We have Mr. Jace Ventura calling me a prophylactic. because I'm wanting donations for nothing. No, I'm wanting donations because I put on a good show, and I deserve those donations to put on a good show and to take my time and use my air conditioning. So let's see, Jace Ventura, see how many videos he's got here. Doesn't look like much. Yeah, he does have videos. But you cursing at me on my channel, you are, no, they're not even his videos, though. Let's see. Oh, videos look, oh, yeah, he did. He made a video of a tree. Well, anyway, I was subscribed to your channel. Look at that. And now what we have to do is we have to go here, and we have to go over down here by the flag, and then we're gonna, oh, you're blocked. How can you be making a comment on my page if you're blocked? How's that possible? What a look. SB tool wanting donations for nothing. Living in a third world, first world wealth. Yeah, drop your sympathetic dollars. Yeah. What a low class little fella you are. I wonder what rock you crawled out from underneath this morning. Jace, I live in the Philippines. Let me know when you get here. We'll have lunch. So that's what. Oh, you know what? You guys, unbelievable. The stuff you got to go through, and the fact that I have to put up with morons like Jace, who would never. I got to tell you, they would never say that stuff to your face. Not, they wouldn't do it. Now, maybe some guys are big enough to think they could get away with it. That would be their prerogative and their option, but it probably would be something they wouldn't do. Anyway, most people are not that aggressive towards another person face to face. Although we do have people on YouTube that swear that they're going to do that, but when given the opportunity, typically they won't. Typically they won't do it. Hold on, I think more kids are outside. No, they're just playing outside, not in front of the house. Anyway, so Jace, you got your 5 minutes of fame. You've proven to everybody what a low-class human being you are. Why are you coming to my live stream to interfere? Well, and that won't happen any longer. So, and I'm also giving people advice as to what to buy and bring to the Philippines, which will save them thousands of dollars. You low-class little fella. So, a little fella. Oh, God, you know where you belong. You belong on the bottom of the flat earth, little fella, Jace Ventura. You are a little fella. You belong on the bottom of the flat earth. Jace Ventura, the little fella. Low life. So, so that's what I would do. I would bring my own glasses. I would bring my own sneakers. I would bring my own computer. I would buy whatever computer you like. I'd buy two before I came to the Philippines. I'd leave one inside the bag, never open it up, or you could put it in the bag and then seal it back up. But I would never tell you to come and think about. First of all, there's a 50% import. I can't believe how you could get on my channel that you're blocked. There's a 50% import for any electronics or televisions. Well, I mean, any computers. In fact, you can't even ship a computer to the Philippines without paying a large percentage of the value of the computer. Warren, in order for Warren to ship the computer to me, airmail, 3-4 days in the mail, the airline company in Australia wanted $343 or $353 to put a computer on an airplane in Australia and to drop it off in Cebu, which is an island away. But before I could pick that computer up, I would have to give them the Bluetooth code. Then they would have to verify that the Bluetooth code was the Bluetooth code for that serial numbered computer. The last person from the shipping company that wanted $353 to ship it said that the last computer that they shipped, even though the man gave them the Bluetooth code, the computer didn't get released to him yet. And that man was in Manila. So he ordered a computer from Australia, or someone sent them one as a gift, I don't know. And he gave them the information they requested. And that computer, I think, was shipped out November 1st. And it was already a week before Christmas. And that guy still didn't, it was in Manila a few days later. Well, 6 weeks later, he still didn't have the computer. So, Jace, that's why people send me Super Chat. Plus, they like me. And hold on, I'm gonna, okay. So what else would I bring to the Philippines? I would bring, and I'll tell you why, I would bring pretty much any electronics that you use, pretty much, and make sure it's 220. If you use what's the name of that? The power washer for your teeth. Good night, Kevin Crompwell. Thank you for stopping by. God bless. That's for Warren H. We'll send Warren H. that. God bless. No, Scott, you can bring. Okay, so all right. So Scott asked, you can bring your own electronics. You could, not a problem, not a problem at all. You can bring your own personal electronics. Yes, you don't have to show them any Bluetooth technology or anything. But I think you'll have to check with the airline. I think you have to have it as a carry-on, but I'm not sure about that. No, you don't have to remember any of your Bluetooth, nothing. All you have to do is put your computer down on the table, and they'll just pass it right through. I never saw anybody's computer get opened up or, turned on. So no, that's not a problem. So anyway, getting a computer from Australia has proven to be difficult. And there is a brand new X360 Hewlett-Packard sitting somewhere. I don't know if Warren got to ship it out. I didn't ask him the last few times we talked. And the guy and the people, the guy that's crying that he doesn't know, that nobody bought him a computer. Nobody bought you a computer because they don't want to buy you a computer. Maybe it has something to do with personality or lack thereof. But about crying for a computer, I didn't ask Warren for a computer. And I don't have a computer. And I could use a good computer with a screen and a keyboard that works. But after Warren told me he was going to buy one, and mine still works fine, yeah, I could show you my computer. It's not a problem. My computer screen is broke. It's all white. There's no picture, and the keyboard for the computer is broke. So now that keyboard broke just recently, back in April of 2019, but the screen broke right after I met Daisy in 2016. So getting things fixed here, close to impossible. What else would I bring to? The toothbrush thing, the power washing toothbrush. They don't sell those. They don't sell the toothbrush, that the power washer for your teeth, Dr. Heavy high pressure water. They don't sell those high pressure. I wish they did, but they don't. They don't sell them here in Bohol. They don't sell them in Cebu. And if a water pick, they have never heard in 1,000 stores you could go to, they have never heard of a water pick. They They don't know what it is. Doesn't matter where you go. You go to the biggest pharmacy, been there, been to every single mall in Cebu. They don't sell water picks. They don't know what they are. And each person will bring you to a different part of the pharmacy department. They heard water pick. Yes, sir, we have that. And they'll walk you all the way over to a different part of the store. And they'll show you those little plastic picks that you pick your teeth with. I'm not being facetious either. Every pharmacy that I've ever walked in and asked for a water pick has brought me to the plastic toothpick department. They don't know what it is. So if you use a water pick and those damn things are $60 or $70 or $80, and a friend of mine, a YouTube friend of mine came from America and brought me one, it didn't last 6 months. And the ones I bought in America didn't last a year. None, they're garbage, those things. They work well to clean your teeth, but it's a garbage product. Something inside a water pick breaks within a year every single time. I've never had a water pick that lasted a year. Never. In fact, they have a good guarantee, though. In fact, if you buy a water pick and you keep the receipt, just stick the receipt in the box, put the box in the closet, store junk in it, and it breaks, you can tell them that you have a receipt for the water pick and it's less than a year old, and they will not ask you to send them a copy of the receipt. They just will ask you for the number off the receipt. And within 3 days, 72 hours, they will have sent you a brand new water pick. That's something about water picks that people don't know. So within 72 hours, if you have the original receipt and the water pick is less than 1 year old and you paid $60 for it, no questions asked. They don't want the water pick back. They don't want a copy of the receipt. The lady will just say, "Sir, we'll send you a new water pick." I had bought 2 models of water picks. And what I did, once I realized, I've been using a water pick since I was a long time, since they made them. And what I did was I bought one. And when I realized they had that kind of a warranty, I went out and bought a different model. And then I would call up from my house phone and tell them I had a receipt and the water pick was broke. And then they would send me a new water pick. For both models, it was not a problem. How many times you could do that? That was something else altogether. But yeah, water pick has a great warranty. So if you use a water pick, you need to bring a water pick. Okay. Here's something you're gonna regret. And you're never gonna want to regret this. You're not gonna believe the prices of rechargeable batteries here in the Philippines. 2 rechargeable batteries. 2. You want to cry? You'll be crying. If you don't listen to what I just told you, you'll be crying. 2 recharge. Okay, so the water pick that the gentleman brought me to get off that story, it was brand new. It sat right next to the sink, and both Daisy and I used it, and I don't think it lasted 6 months. So these 4 batteries, these are not rechargeable, but this size, the batteries, this is $20 for rechargeable batteries, $5 per battery for a rechargeable battery. Okay, so you can recharge a battery lots. I bought rechargeable, and I threw them out when I moved to the Philippines. They still recharged. So what is that? I was 57 years old. They lasted batteries and the AA batteries. I bought like a dozen of each when I was a kid. And they started to get to the point where they only lasted a few minutes. In fact, two of those rechargeable batteries were inside this little electric razor that I have. Two of those were in here for 25 years. I just used to take them out and recharge them for my dad. This was my dad's, but I kept the charger on the workbench in the basement. So for were in this machine and they ran this machine for 25 years. So these batteries are now $5 each. And I'm going to tell you something else in a minute. These are $5 each, and you can recharge them about 20 times because I have a recharger for these batteries, for this size battery. Well, 9-volt D batteries, C batteries, and these AA's, and the 4A batteries. So I have a recharger for these. They only last 10 or 15 times. So they're not much. I mean, you know, they're garbage compared to what they used to sell. I don't know what it's like in America. And another thing you're going to want to bring as far as electronics are concerned is what you're going to want to bring is we have lightning strikes here every single time there's a big storm. Lightning strikes. The electrical department in the Philippines, I don't know if they have lightning suppressors or absorbers, you know, like you know, high energy absorbers. I don't know if they have those, but I had just a cheap electrical terminal strip with you know, a voltage. It kept the voltage of a lightning strike from going into my computer. But battery backup. I am absolutely sick. I mean sick. This is sick. These people should not be allowed to sell the garbage that they sell in the stores. So outside of the ICM mall, on the bottom, on the side entrance. Is it the side entrance or the front entrance? There's a UPS store down there. There's a store that sells electronics, hardware. They sell, they'll sell your computer screen, they'll sell your keyboard, and they sell battery backup. I'm going to give you the name of it. You want to bring your own battery backup with you. I don't care how much it weighs, and I don't care how much it costs to get it here. You need to bring your battery backup, even if you have to ship it in a ballot buy-in box, because the stuff they sell here, you're going to be sick after you buy one of them. So this one here, and it might even be a name brand, but it doesn't matter. It is a name brand. It's an APC, A Alpha Papa Charlie. It's an Alpha Papa Charlie, APC. And I think that's what they sell in the States. Here's the difference between the garbage that they sell you in the Philippines and the one I had in the United States. In 2001, when I started writing my book and I bought my first, my computer, my desktop, I bought a battery backup, an APC, and I threw it out when I moved to the Philippines in 2014, in 2013, when I packed up. I threw it into the metal scrap because it had a battery and it was heavy, and they just weighed the truck, and I dumped the stuff out of the truck. But I think I only paid $100 for it, and it lasted 13 years. But at the end, the battery maybe had 2 minutes of battery backup. Now, I could have bought a new battery for that. I should have, but it was already 13 years old. I figured, I'll buy one in the Philippines. Well, I did buy one in the Philippines. Garbage. APC, same company. I'm pretty sure mine was an APC. It is now under a year old, and the battery was supposed to be for 15 minutes, but I have a big screen. So when I used it the first time the power went out. It lasted close to 15 minutes. It wasn't 13 minutes maybe. Now it lasts 90 seconds a year later. The battery turned into guba, which means garbage, guba. So it went from 13 minutes to 90 seconds. But it is still a lightning suppressor. So that part of it is still well worth, because if you don't blow up your electronics, you don't surge protector. That's what it's called. If you don't surge, if it gets a lightning surge, you need a new computer. That'll cost you $1,000. So, but the APC that lasted 13 minutes now lasts 90 seconds a year later. Now that I know I can get fixed. Oh, here's another pair of glasses. Okay, hold on. I knew I had another pair of glasses. So this one here, let's look at it. So this is a 5. This is a 4.5 in black, 4.5. And this is a 5, and these are these see-through brown and yellow. There's a 5, and these are a darker see-through in brown and yellow, or maybe the same. Maybe they just didn't have them in the size, but I bought them in different colors. I have 13 pairs. So another thing that you're going to want to bring is the surge protector. And I paid $80 for a surge protector that lasted less than a year, the battery. So now I know I can go to the shop that fixed this. A lot of things in the Philippines that are electronics, there are these little shops that you wouldn't give the guy a second thought to give them your electronics. They got tools and parts and stuff everywhere. You're looking, they're working on, they got a workbench that they got a television and a DVR player apart, and they got six radios and 12 different motors and stuff apart, little motors on their thing, and they got stuff like this on there. And then another guy brings in something and they put it on the chair, and they start working on the chair. And so this guy, instead of paying 4,000 pesos for this, 3,999, I got this for 200 pesos, 200, 100 pesos for the part, 300, $6 as opposed to $80. $6 or $80. So if you're a member of my Patreon community or you super chat me, I'll tell you where to get all this stuff done. But I'm not here as your at your beck and call, and I make no bones about that. I'm not here to service people. I've blocked people because they think I'm here to answer their questions, where I can save them hundreds or thousands of dollars, and they get pissed off because I won't answer them. I just tell them, go someplace else. Go find somebody else like me. Go find somebody else like me that can tell you where to get everything fixed in Bohol. Go ahead and do it. Go find another foreigner that makes videos online in Bohol that can tell you where to get your electronics fixed, which store is the best place to buy, which place has Milwaukee battery-operated tools. You think they all do? Yeah, you just go looking for them. You try to find them. I can tell you where there's a hardware store where you can get bolts at 1/3 the price and drill bits at 1/3 the price. That's another thing you want to bring, drill bits. Drill bits are, if you don't bring drill bits, you'll cry. You'll be crying crocodile tears if you don't bring drill bits. I need water. 15 seconds. Be right back. 2 bottles so far. I usually do 3 bottles. 2 bottle day. 2 bottles so far. We're not done yet. Yeah, if you don't bring your own, and that goes for all tools, all I don't care what kind of tool it is. Hammer, if you think you're going to buy the equivalent of an S-wing hammer or a plumb hammer here, you just made a big mistake. You didn't listen to Michael Fazio. I'm telling you, I can tell you where and what to buy. I can't make you buy it. And I'll tell you, when you get here, if you think you're going to buy a decent hammer, you're going to buy a hammer that hits a cutting nail or a hardened steel nail and it dents the hammer. That's what you're going to buy. That's the garbage they sell. And you're going to pay as much money as you'd pay for a good hammer in America for a piece of garbage. Chinese drill bits, it won't drill you one hole. They won't go through one hole in a piece of grade 50/50 steel. Not one 1/8 inch thick piece of grade 50/50, government grade 50/50, or forget stainless steel. Forget that. You ain't even going to buy a drill bit in the Philippines that drills through stainless steel. A machine shop probably has them, but you can't buy them in the store. You could go into 100 hardware stores. They're all ace. It's all junk. It's all junk. You will never find a drill bit that will drill through a piece of 1/8 stainless in a hardware store ever. But I could tell you where to buy those drill bits in an industrial hardware store that's not listed on the internet because they don't care. They have so much business. They're 4 people deep from the time they open till lunchtime. They don't care about internet advertising. They're the only place to go. And nobody knows where it is except me and I guess the people that go there. But go find somebody online that could give you all this information and will do it graciously for free. My time is worth money. My knowledge is worth money. You got this guy, Johnny Ventura, whatever, Jace Ventura. He doesn't think my time is worth money, then that's okay. I can save you thousands of dollars on shipping stuff to the Philippines, getting stuff to the Philippines, staying in the Philippines, buying tools in the Philippines, not buying tools in the Philippines. I could save you tens of thousands of dollars. But I think that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I know I deserve to be compensated for that because every professional in every business gets compensated for their time. So when you hear this guy crying that no one compensates him for his time on YouTube, well, he's not giving you any advice as to what to do and where to stay. I mean, he has no Patreon account so he can talk to people on Patreon, and he has no no communication between himself and other people. I give my Patreon members all, no matter what level they're at, I give them all the information they need and I call them up, which is their way of saying thank you for being on the internet and my way of saying thank you for pledging a certain amount of money every month. Most of my Patreon members have been with me for 1.5 years now. However, when you're not giving people information that's of any use to them, or someone comes online and says, Mike, where can I buy those drill bits? Well, I want to buy a good cold chisel, because you can't buy a good cold chisel in an Ace Hardware store. Ace Hardware store, it should just say Chinese junk, 6 months at best on every tool you're going to buy in Ace Hardware. Even their tape, the masking tape, here, this is a roll of masking tape in Ace Hardware. Do you have any idea when it's about? It's about a 1/4 inch more tape than this. All right, here I'll tell you. See this? This. So I'll same thing with all tape in Ace Hardware. You might as well spit. You might as well spit at whatever you're gonna try to hold together. This roll of tape in Ace Hardware. This is a brand new roll. I can tell you where to buy this roll for 60 pesos. In Ace Hardware store, this roll of tape, this roll can cost you 150 pesos, 160 pesos, 200 pesos. But I can tell you, if the store still sells it, where to buy it for 60 or 70 pesos. Say 70 pesos. Probably been up since then. So it's double the price in Ace. And everybody goes to Ace because Ace is the place, right? But they have their ridiculous prices. But the drill bits in Ace Hardware will not drill one hole in a piece of 1/8 inch steel. So if you're buying drill bits and Ace Hardware, you're just throwing your money out. So people, when you don't want to super chat me or send me money for my knowledge, that's okay. I'll still tell you other things that I told you, bring your own glasses, because you can't buy that stuff here. But the stuff that you think that you didn't want, or now you have 2 or 3 people. You know what I find interesting? I find it really interesting that people complain about me for asking for a super chat donation or become a member of my Patreon account. They get upset with me because I earn money by helping people and entertaining people. And then you have I'm not going to mention their names because I don't have a darn thing. I have nothing to say bad about either one of these 2 men. But there are now 2 men that have YouTube channels that don't live on the island of Bohol that are charging $30 and plus $30. I don't know what the second gentleman is charging, but one was charging $30 or $35, and now he upped it maybe per hour to talk to them on the phone, per hour to ask them questions about the Philippines. Now, I was seriously thinking about doing that, but I don't know that I will, but I might. I can. I have the ability. I have the knowledge to help people, and my knowledge isn't limited to one little island. You know, I live on the island of Bohol, which is a small island in the Philippines, but my knowledge to some degree extends to Bacolod, Dumaguete, a lot of Cebu, Palawan for sure, and a great deal of Palawan, and the island of Coron. So, I mean, mine scuba diving, snorkeling, stuff like that. I'll save you lots of money for travel and trips and how. Now, there are other people that are moving into the idea that I might investigate, and I can do it. I can do it. There's no problem. It's not illegal, that's for sure. People will be paying with a credit card. I can just, note it as side income to my 1099s, and not a problem. So John Boone Bean made a comment. So for the people out there crying that ain't making any money on YouTube, get yourself a gimmick. Set up a GoFundMe, set up a Patreon account, or tell people that you'll give them information and charge them $30 an hour. That's an idea. I don't know if anybody, but then that would mean you'd have to give people your phone number. You're such a paranoid little fella. I don't know if you'd want to give them your phone number, because it's like, how many hundreds of videos did you post about with what I would consider paranoia in the videos? Hundreds. That has knowledge, and I have construction knowledge that supersedes most other people that live in the Philippines. There's a few guys that are friends of mine that watch my channel that were jet mechanics as well. Some of them were jet mechanics and pilots as well. Some of them were truck mechanics or automobile mechanics, and some of them were contractors that did their own work on their own cars and trucks. There's just a few of us left. That part of mankind is fading out fast. In the Philippines, there's a lot of people that are handy, but either way, I expect to get paid for my services. So, and I say this specifically for the clown that wanted me to teach him how to get stuff here to the Philippines, and I gave him the information, and he didn't show me the respect of a super chat. I blocked him. He's still crying about that. He is still crying about that Fazio blocked me because I didn't send him a super chat. He's still crying. And I saved him thousands of dollars on shipping stuff to the Philippines. So now I don't do it for free anymore until you pay me up front. Just like in the Philippines, I'm becoming Filipino. 6-year anniversary. I am becoming more Filipino every day. Nagpoyo ko sa Mindanao, Zamboanga, Mike. Yeah, John, the electric coming out of the 220. Everything is 220 here. It could fluctuate up to 239. I've seen it, but I don't worry about that because I put it through a converter. But it fluctuates, and the electronics is a cheaper grade of electronics because the people in the Philippines has less money and they want more profit. They sell garbage at a high price, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Scott. Chinese drill bits, when you try to go to a piece of grade 50/50 or 302 stainless or something like that with a Chinese drill bit, I'm talking about a 1/8 bit, 3/16 quarter-inch bit, it just melts the head. Even on a drill press, it just melts the head. All right, so I'm gonna try to call Warren one more time, and I'm gonna look in my mail to see if Warren sent me a message. No, no mail. I'm gonna look on Skype. I'm gonna try. Well, all right. Well, that's not possible. These are the wrong glasses. Oh, and by the way, to the angry man that complains that I say I'm going to charge people money for my knowledge, it's not all people I would charge the money to. Like somebody like John Boone Bean, if he was coming to the Philippines, I'd help him out in any way I could. Peter Powell. No, Peter. I tried to call yesterday or the day before. Hold on. Maybe I did try to. Maybe now it was Warren's. Are you home? I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna call you right now. Actually, I'm gonna actually physically call you. I have you right at the top of the list. Ah, why? Whoa, what is going on here? We have you down as Peter Powell the Great. I'm calling now. That phone is going to ring on your end if you gave me the right number. Nope. It says it died, the phone. I think you gave me the wrong number, Peter, because no one's ever answered that phone. I'll copy it down. No, well, you know what the number is. So 917, it ends in 3270, and there's a middle number, but it won't let me go through. And it says I'm offline now. All right, I don't know what the heck is going on here now. Ah, okay. You can't answer with the Skype. Maybe, John, that would be nice. Do you have... All right, Peter. Well, if you have another number, a landline, if you have another number on a landline, just send it to me and I'll call you on that number. But I have called multiple times. I did even leave messages in other places for you that you should be able to see. Okay. Thank you, Peter. I was just ending my stream. We're moving into the 4 hour. I think it's close to 4 hours now. Almost. We're moving into the 5 hour mark. So I'm gonna say goodbye to everybody. We're gonna sing one more time. We're gonna sing Happy Birthday to Warren. At least I am. And so is Daisy May. Ready? You gonna sing?
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Warren Hunt. Happy birthday to you.
How
old are you?
now?
How old are you now? How old are you? Very nice. How old are you now? That's right, baby. That's right, baby. I can't see much with this. Happy birthday, Warren. I'll save these glasses for the next time we talk on Skype. Warren will like that. You've been listening. Thank you, Peter. No, John Boonbean. Warren didn't have a busy day with his family. It would be nice to think that, but I know that for a fact. But thank you for the pleasant thought. Okay. So I wish that was. So I'm going to say thank you to everybody. Salamat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. From Michael Fazio and Daisy May in the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye, Warren. For now. We'll see you later. These are Warren's favorite glasses. I don't know why, but he gets a kick out of these. How about 2 thumbs up and your favorite glasses, buddy? All right. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go umping Permy. Umping Permy, Peter, umping Permy and anyone else out there watching means take care always in Visaya. It's the language of where I live is Visaya. So amping Permy means take care always. And then when you say umping Permy or amping Permy, okay, thank you, Peter. When you say umping Permy, they will say umping Permy pod, which means you are also to take care always. So umping Permy to all my friends. Scott says, I have to go now. We are thinking of you on your birthday, Warren H. You are an inspiration. Thanks for the show, Michael. God bless both of you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. Bye-bye, John Boone. Bye-bye, Peter Powell. Well, you know what? I'll give everybody a shout-out. I think everybody deserves a shout-out. John Escape, big shout-out. Man, Bear, Pig. 2 members of my Patreon community right away came in. Mike Etter made some nice comments. The Big Fornicator in Cebu came in with Mike Etter. Seemed like the same account, but it could be different accounts. Paige High, Dr. Paige High, who's been a super chatter and a long-time listener for years and years. Thank you for stopping by. All right. And then Jeremy Burt, thank you for stopping by. Welcome to the machine. Big Kevin, no bull. Thank you very much, Big Kevin, no bull, for stopping by. Mr. Willis, another member of the Patreon community. Get a lot. That's right, Mr. Willis. John Escape says, bang a pot and get this party started. Then the next page, we had John Boone Bean entered the machine. Nihagama. John Escape, Big Kevin, Carlton Francis, whoever that was. Flying Circus, another famous YouTube creative genius. Scott Del Fuego entered into the house. Mr. Willis with a major super chat, $5 for transportation needs in the Philippines, baby. Then we had a bunch of messages from John Escape, Man Bear Pig, and Flying Circus interacting with one another. Then we had some birthday cake from John Escape with the super chat money that John sent. And all of these guys were just kind of meandering around and talking to one another and little banter back and forth. And we had the Scott Del Fuego come in and buy a pair of fancy shoelaces. I know what we have to do. We still have to do the rainbow song, the Umping Permy rainbow song. Peter will like this. So Scott came in with a big $10 super chat. And then we had LaRue Seagrass entered the house into the welcome to the machine, LaRue. Jack Thompson stopped by from his busy day or night. Sense of Style comes up with a huge super chat. Thank you, Mike, to Michael Fazio. Salamat, Sense of Style. And very, I know Sense of Style for a long time. And thank you very much, Sense of Style. I appreciate that you stop by and always make an intelligent comment. And today, and as on several other occasions, you have given me a super chat. Stop by and always make an intelligent comment. And today, and as on several other occasions, you have given me a super chat. Okay, then Scott Del Fuego comes in with a super chat based on Warren H. That Warren H. couldn't be here, so Scott sends an additional super chat for Warren H. on behalf of Warren H. John Escape comes back. He wants to get a high five with a big super chat. And Ed Lippett came into the house. Welcome to the machine, Ed Lippett. Then there was a whole bunch of conversation back and forth between my friends and their friends and everybody's friends on the live stream. And we wrote to the next page. Mr. Willis, everybody was talking about airline tickets at this point, and I lost track of, I didn't read those comments. And then we talked about Slink. If you're not a member of our community and you want to see a very polite young lady working on the internet who has 2,000 subscribers, by the way, please subscribe. Patrick Barker came into the machine.
and says he lives in Nebraska and he wants some of this Philippines weather. Thank you for stopping by. Teresa Foksinski, Fokskinski. It's a Polish name. Anytime a name ends in SKI, it's a Polish name. Please help him and God bless for Warren. Thank you. Terestia. Okay, thank you. And then, anybody new here? No. Super chat. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mad Max came into the machine. Thank you for stopping by, Mad Max. Appreciate that. Coca-Cola Rescue, what's up? I don't know. You're a new guy. Welcome to the machine. Page High, Dr. Page High came in and gave us some information about the size of shirts. Nomad Patriot comes in to thank me again for a video I made for his friend Frank in the United States, which now has cost him $4 a minute at this point for the video I made. But he was a very happy camper for the video I made in Alona Beach. Nomad Patriot came in with a big super chat, a couple of them, a big $2 super chat and a $20 super chat, which is over and above. That's over the top, they call that. And that his friend loved the video. No one was drinking when the video was made. I have been accused of being drunk when I made the video. I don't drink. I haven't drank. I don't ever intend on drinking. Not part of my forte. So, Nomad Patriot came in with a major super chat, and he caused Kevin Cromwell stopped in. Thank you for stopping by, Kevin Cromwell. Jeremy Burt, I think I mentioned your name before. And also, the great and talented Passport TV was in the house. Thank you for stopping by, Passport. MP was in the house, who always leaves a nice, short, brief, quick message. Always with a smile and always in the positive nature. And he's done so for 4, 5, 6 years that I can remember back. MP, thank you. Welcome to the machine. And then we had this guy, Jace Ventura, who was blocked, and somehow he still got on my channel. I don't know how that happened, but we will just have to keep an eye on him. And then the great Peter Powell, and I have you listed in Skype as such. Now, okay, there. Have you listed down as Peter Powell the Great? Because you were a great friend. I got to tell you, I wish that I could have a friend like you in the Philippines, or Scott Del Fuego, or any one of them, a dozen other people. But Peter is as good a what? Peter, are you still here? I'm going to extend this. I want to tell people what you can do. Hold on a second. Peter, are you still here? If you're still here, I want to tell people something about you that you're going to get a kick out of. But if you're not here, I'm going to make a whole list of stuff in the notes, in my next set of notes, whether I use them in my next live stream or a few days after that. But I'm going to tell you some of the amazing abilities that my friend Peter Powell had. One thing that he could do was tie 2 bowling knots. He could take a string about 4 feet long, a string, like a cord, like kind of cord that you use for a clothesline. And he could take it, and this is why I let him work on the barge. This is how I gained a lot of respect when he did this. But the one thing that Peter Powell could do was he could take that cord, and I am telling you this fast, he would put his hand, now watch, see my hands? Now count, 1001, 1002, his shoulders would be going like this, 5, 6, 7, 8, and he'd take the string out, and there'd be a bowling knot on both sides of the string.
And he did that with his hands behind his back, Peter Powell. Okay. Another thing that he could do. I really want him to be here so he could have the laugh with you, but he had these special abilities. He had superhuman reflexes. I want Peter to be here when I tell you about his superhuman reflexes and some of the things that he could do. Things that you let's say you stayed with her for about, let's say 2 or 3 weeks, and you saw him every once in a while, and you'd see his routine and what he does and stuff like that. And then Peter says, I could do this. You look at Peter and say, come on, you can't do that. That's not possible. That's impossible. No, I can do that. He says, as a matter of fact, I could do this. And you say, and you're not going to bet him now. Don't ever bet Peter Powell. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. But he would tell you he could do some ridiculously hard thing to do. And he would do it. And you'd say, oh my God, that's impossible. That's just not possible that he could do that. And he could do it. But he could also, I won't tell you about all his special abilities, but he had a sixth sense about him. He had a very psychic side to him. He could predict things. He had the ability to predict the future to some small degree. He would know when somebody was at the door before they got to the door. He had some psychic abilities, but he was known as the Turbinator. I remember the Turbinator because of the way he used to dress his head. And he had so many special abilities. So anyway, my friend Peter Powell, and my other friends, I wish Warren could have been here for us today, but not possible. God bless you, Warren. If there is a God, and it's not the God of the Catholic Church, that's for sure. If there is some form of energy that we can send you, and you believe it to be God, then please let it bring you the strength and to get better. This is getting crazy now, buddy. Really upsetting. It's upsetting to everybody, but I think from the notes and stuff I send you that everybody wants you to get better. Daisy, like when I had Daisy on Skype the other day, she was willing to talk to you and have a 3-way call because her connection was good. And then when I had you on, her connection was no good. Everybody's rooting for you, Warren. See you later, buddy. I'm Bing Permy.